Chapter 1951. There was no need to burn incense, bathe, fast, and change clothes. There was also no need to pray devoutly for 1,000,000 years, and there was no need to physically offer up everything. As mentioned before, this was an emergency period of war, so dealing with this kind of thing was basically just taking a stroll inside. If a true inheritor unexpectedly appeared, then the second stage would be carried out. If there was no one, then so be it. If there was no one, then it was just an ordinary origin baptism. After being branded with all kinds of origins, one could continue doing what one was supposed to do. There was no torment at all, and there was no need to put in any effort or have any tests or whatnot. There was no such thing. However, the second stage, which is to lie in the pillar for 10 or 20 days, will be over. The structural origins will all be branded with weak origin laws and weak origin energy, which can be considered a fundamental change. Then there is the matter of the energy. It is time to start the transformation of the energy source. As one of the newcomer representatives, Dao Tian was now explaining to Siyu and Qing Huang what they would encounter during the origin baptism. I inherited the power of a heavenly god of origin that is related to spiritual power. In addition to the origin energy, there is also a lot of explanation and various ways to use spiritual power. Well, all the concepts I had in the first half of my life have been smashed to pieces. You all have to be mentally prepared for your worldview to be crushed. Although it sounds very shocking, worldview and whatnot. Siyu muttered softly and turned to look at Little Star. When everyone heard that the little girl did not finish her sentence and saw that she had turned her head to look at one of the observers, they all muttered in their hearts. There is a huge source of worldview crushing here. No matter how tenacious one's worldview is, it will still be crushed to pieces. Yun Nuashing had just entered her daily state of being absent-minded and thinking of ways to destroy the underworld when she felt that the atmosphere was not right. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that everyone was staring at her. She could not help but be startled. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me?" Qing Yu smiled calmly and said, "Looking at you being absent-minded." Yun Nuashing. "Stop fooling around, I thought something happened." From left to right they were Qing Jun, Jing Yu and Ji Qing, people they didn't know, 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 Xing LV Min, people they didn't know, 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 people they didn't know. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. I Ching, who was the first to see them coming over, raised his hand high and waved vigorously. The group also stopped talking and uniformly saluted each other. There were at least 7 or 8 different kinds of etiquette here, and it was hard to tell where they came from. Anyway, he understood that the large group of unknown people who looked like they were here to cause trouble were definitely from his family. They had been focused on causing trouble for more than 10 eras, without stopping. "Long time no see. Can you not put on such an expression as if you have seen a ghost?" Min, who had not seen them for a long time, raised his hand to greet them. His face was like the arrival of the warm spring, and the earth had just thawed. Although it was still stiff, there were more or less signs of activity. When you all gathered together, I was already a bit surprised. Why are there so many people waiting for the origin baptism? Do you all still want to be companions? Yun Nuashing said with her face twitching. Min raised his hand and pointed to I Ching and Lord Qing. I wanted to come a long time ago, but they stopped me. They said something about the finale, or the finale. In short, they made me wait until now. Xing Lu, who was squatting on the ground and playing with fire, stood up quickly. Same. Jing Yuanji said softly, same. Oh, I also wanted to wait. We finished the baptism long ago. Shui Yan is here for the baptism today, so we came over to take a look. Ji Han Xiao reached out and patted Ji Shuiyan's head. The latter turned her head and bared her teeth at him. Stupid father, I don't need you to worry about me. The mischievous warriors of the heavenly realm said, we were all delayed by Lord Qing. Ritual. It's very important. Lord Qing, the culprit, put his hands on his hips and said righteously, of course, we have to wait for Lord Feng to be here. Put down the brick. I didn't expect Lord Feng to lie down for 20 years. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Wait, I'm not taking the blame for this. I didn't know you guys had such a prearranged event, like a festival. Speaking of which, when I was fighting with the Source Law, you guys were little. Can't you call me? Everyone murmured and said in unison, the busiest guy in the Void front line who can call you, Yun Nuoxing, Sui Feng and the rest were working on the core of the origin territory. After a while, they landed from the starry sky and clapped their hands. All right, we've made the specifications higher so we can handle it faster. Go! The energy consumption in this state is a little fast. Oh, a large group of people raised and clapped their hands and dispersed towards the origin territory, although they did not really go through the origin baptism. Everyone had rehearsed it many times. They were just waiting to execute it. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw Siyu nervously tugging at his clothes. He thought for a moment, reached out, and patted her hair. Go, don't be so nervous. Just let nature take its course. He also opened his arms and hugged Blue Phoenix. He said a few words, very calmly. According to what everyone said, the girls around him were the most promising ones, which meant they were the most promising ones to become the inheritors. This invisible expectation itself was a kind of pressure. It was pressure that came from other people's carelessness, and it was also pressure that they would put on themselves. Although he did not think it was a big deal, and it did not matter whether they succeeded or not, this was obviously not an excuse that could persuade them. It was fine if others put pressure on him, but if it was pressure on himself, to be honest, he did not know how to get rid of it. If he knew, he would not have tormented himself like this. Watching Siyu and Blue Phoenix walk into the depths of the origin territory, Yuan Kong also rushed over and hugged the big idiot. Big idiot, what about my sister and I? Are we also going to go through the origin baptism? Flintlock and the others pricked up their ears. This was one of the topics that they were quite curious about. Oh, you guys, I've thought about it. Yun Nuoxing turned his head to look at Yuan Kong and the little angel. He pulled his hair and said seriously and slowly, there are two plans. As far as I can think of, there are two plans that have a guaranteed success rate. The first method, I will wrap you with myself and you will go to this origin territory to walk around and be done with the baptism. The second method, you will live in my soul for a while and I will help you with the baptism. Everyone was stunned when they heard this plan. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that it seemed to be a feasible method. It could prevent them from being harmed by the origin force when they were baptized by the death mist of the abyss. No way, this is not avoiding it, right? Yuan Kong narrowed her eyes slightly, probably because she had known the big idiot for too long. She immediately caught the essence of the two plans. This is a transfer of risk, right? You will bear the risk for us. Oh, that's it. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Yuan Kong's head. Well, don't worry. I am the executor, and the origin force will definitely cause less harm to me than to you. So, you don't have to worry about what will happen to me. Also, at this time, I think it would be better to be tough. This is not negotiable. You can only accept these two methods, or not go through the baptism. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and turned her head to the side. She looked at them carefully from the corner of her eyes. I don't want to pay the unnecessary price for such a small matter. Yuan Kong scratched her head. She had no other choice. She looked at the big idiot's cautious eyes. He looked like he wanted to be tough, but he was also worried that something would happen to them. What an idiot. If he was worried, he should have just said it out loud. Which method is faster? The little angel asked. Of course, it's the first type. If I want to baptize my soul, I have to make special preparations first. If I use the domain of origin here, I can start immediately. Yun Nuashing saw that she had made up her mind and blinked. You already have an idea? Yes, that's it. The little angel nodded and turned to look at Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong saw that her sister had already made up her mind, so she did not want to say anything to the big idiot. She just stuck her tongue out at him. How should I cooperate with you? Oh, it's not a problem. Yun Nuashing held their hands. The origin energy flowed with a faint surge of origin energy from his body to the two of them. It wrapped around them like an energy barrier. He confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the situation and nodded. Then he pulled the two of them into the depths of the origin force. Let's go. This will do. Seeing that the three of them started to walk in circles, Sui Feng scratched his head. Is it really okay? Although I'm quite confident in the results of Brother Feng's work, but I'm not so sure about the execution. After all, Brother Feng often goes out in one piece and comes back in a translucent state. Elder Brother lay crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. This was an executor who could complete a mission very quickly, very accurately, and very perfectly. However, executors often made themselves into a mess, so they were never worried about whether little Brother Feng could accomplish anything. They were more worried about what kind of mess little Brother Feng would make after he was done. Looking at the origin force, he would be bedridden for 20 years. Well, this is just an origin baptism. It shouldn't be a big problem, probably, but is the origin baptism just walking in circles? After walking around the two pillars, Yun Nuashing was a little impatient to ask the two little angels. Although he already knew that this was a foolproof ritual, just walking in circles here was a little. Well, he could only be patient and walk in circles. The origin realm covered the starry sky and the land in front of him. The sky was the void star field, and the land was black with endless twinkling starlight. In the depths of the land, Zhang Tai could see that the starry sky was dyed with different colors. It looked like a star field, but Zhang Tai didn't know what each star represented. The void star field hung in the sky, and each star represented a different meaning. As for the land, Zhang Tai didn't know. Walking on this land, Zhang Tai would occasionally feel like he was taking a stroll in the starry sky, crossing star fields on foot. It's all like this, because it's the simplest baptism. You don't have to do anything special. All you need to do is to be patient. Be patient, it will be over soon. Yuan Kong nodded and stretched out her other hand to touch the space beside her as if to check if it was raining. She looked at the energy particles of different colors entering her body and soul through her palm. She observed curiously. The origin energy is this feeling. In the past, when I touched your origin energy, I was prepared in advance. This is the first time I touched the origin energy without any preparation. What a magical feeling. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at Yuan Kong, who was actively touching the origin energy. Then he turned to the little angel on the other side. The latter smiled faintly at him. No problem. Don't worry. I can feel that it's changing little by little. We have already prepared everything except for the order. So there's no problem. In other words, only the order and a little bit of the order of chaos were left. It wouldn't be easy to change this. The abyss missed the power of God's destruction. If he wanted to change this essence, he might have to make some special preparations. Compared to us, you're fine, right? The little angel gently rolled up her wings and used the tip of her wings to caress his face. If there's anything unusual, tell us immediately. I'm fine for now. Don't worry. It won't affect me unless something big happens. You guys can focus on the baptism. As for the order, just ignore that part for now. Let's talk about it when I think of a way. Yun Nuashing nodded. The little angel looked at him sideways and let out a sigh. Although she didn't want him to force it, well, at this level, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. She didn't have to worry about it for now. She just had to observe carefully along the way. Hey, big idiot, look in front. Yuan Kong suddenly pulled his hand and made him turn his attention to the front. He saw a figure standing in front of a pillar. It was a young girl wearing a loose green dress. Her clear green eyes were staring at the pillar in front of her. She didn't look like she was attracted by the pillar. Instead, she looked like she was in a daze. Furthermore, she was very engrossed in it. If it was something else in front of her, she would probably be in a daze. It's that girl, the one who made you suffer, big idiot. Yuan Kong shook his hand and teased. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and ignored her strange words. He pulled the two of them and walked over. He greeted softly Shui Yan. Ji Shui. Yan was stunned for a moment. She recovered from her daze and turned to look in the direction of the voice. When she saw the three of them walking over, she was stunned. Yun Nuashing was also stunned by her dazed expression. Remembering that Ji Shuiyan had forgotten about him, he said apologetically, sorry. I called you that, subconsciously. It's not something worth apologizing for. Ji Shuiyan shook her head and walked closer to Yun Nuashing. She seemed to be trying hard to recognize something. After a moment, she couldn't help but frown and sigh. I'm the one. I'm sorry. I really can't remember who you are. I heard a lot from Father, Siu, Ming, and Brother Hui. But even so, I still can't remember who you are. It should be a very important memory. Even after looking at the memories that everyone pieced together, I still can't remember. If it's my name, just call me like you did just now. I don't feel annoyed when you call me that. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. The destruction of the origin and order by the chaos was purely instinctive. It destroyed everything related to the origin instinctively, even if it was only the knowledge of the origin that existed in the memories of other life forms. Even if this girl had entered the Yuansha realm, she still couldn't remember everything. Looking at this girl's troubled look, well, there was nothing he could do. The knowledge that had been erased couldn't be recovered. Moreover, it was erased very cleanly. It seemed that this girl had even erased the remaining memories in her soul. No, it was mainly because he didn't have a deep impression of her. After all, he had only brought this girl around the cloud continent for 2 rounds. Since the knowledge was gone, he could only rebuild it. Fortunately, clearing the knowledge wouldn't destroy the road. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Forcing yourself to recall the knowledge and memories that were artificially erased, or even the part that was completely erased, will only add more trouble to yourself. Yun Nuashing shook his head and changed the topic. Compared to that you've been watching here, have you noticed something? Do you need me to call Sui Feng and the others over? Ji Shuiyan shook her head slightly. No, I haven't felt anything yet. It's just... She sighed softly. Her eyes paused on the pillar for a moment and then moved to other places as if she was looking around the entire domain. I can always feel a familiar presence. It's very familiar. I've been forcing myself to recall. Just standing here. She scratched her head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly at the three of them. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Then let's not think about it anymore. Thank you for calling me out. If I was alone here, I don't know how long I would be in a daze. Yuan Kong thought for a moment and reached out to hold Ji Shuiyan's hand. She smiled and said, Then let's go together. We'll bring you along, and you won't be in a daze anymore. Ji Shuiyan looked at the three of them. After a moment, she grinned and said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Yun Nuashing saw that there was an extra person on her left. She looked at the row of 4 people and wanted to cover her face with her hands. Unfortunately, she did not have a third hand. It looked like a spring outing. However, This row of people didn't walk far before dispersing. The speed at which this girl was chosen as an inheritor was faster than he had expected. He originally thought that he would have to walk around a little more and walk around 2 more pillars before he could awaken his inheritance. If only I could remember the things that I accidentally forgot after becoming the inheritor. Before being stuffed into the pillar, Jishian looked at him and smiled. She said this very seriously. Although he knew it was impossible, he did not say it out loud. He could see that this girl was very attached to that memory. Although she might not know why she was so attached to it, she cared about it very much. Sui Qing came over and stuffed Ji Xuan, who was wrapped in a ball of energy, into the purple gold pillar in front of her. She landed and said to Feng Ling and the others, "It's faster than expected. Should I say that this is an alternative life form that is directly created by the gods? The result is not out of our expectations. We had expected that she would inherit the power of this god." Expected? What is the power of this god of origin? He is Xiao Shi's teacher. He is related to creation and magic circles. Yun Nuoxing took 3 seconds to finish thinking about the sentence, and then he said, "Oh, it seems that he misunderstood something before. He thought that the god of origin, who was related to creation, was in charge of all the creations of order. Now it seems that he was wrong. After all, there are many kinds of creations of order. The temple of origin, the sanctuary of creation, the staff of creation, and the staff of origin. These are all creations of order, but they are not limited to that." I know, what was he trying to say? Oh, he wanted to say that it is not necessary for something to have a definite form to be a creation. For example, magic circles are also creations, but they are not the type of creations that have a definite form. The origin, heavenly God, was also in charge of matters related to creation. This was a major branch. As for the minor branch, his main focus was probably on matters related to spirit designs. After all, he was a life form formed from spirit designs. It was very appropriate for the origin, heavenly God, to take over this task. I understand, Xiao Shi sighed. But what does this have to do with Shui Yan? Oh, I haven't told you yet. Sui Qing turned around to look at him and said softly, Ji Shuiyan's essence was transformed into a creation-type life formed by the power of origin and the law of origin. This is very strange. She should have been forcibly changed into an ordinary life form of order that was born with the power of origin and the law of origin. But for some reason, her power of origin was transformed into a creation-type life form, and her life form and life form had undergone a drastic change. Probably because the power of origin and the law of origin came from the creations of origin. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. This is also what we all thought, although there are still some things that are unclear, but since it is a fact, there is no point in looking into it. At this time, Ji Shui Yan is a creation-type life form. Next is the question of compatibility. We looked for and matched the powers of the gods related to creation. In the end, we found this god, and Ji Shuiyan's power has the best compatibility with this god's power. Yun Nuoxing nodded. So this was the reason why Ji Shuiyan was matched with this pillar in the end. Then, after this girl completes the inheritance, she will also obtain knowledge related to magic circles, right? Yes, but it is also from the beginning. Based on the power of origin and the characteristics of her essence, it will not take long for her to reach the level corresponding to her own realm. We let Xiao Shi be in charge of Ji Shuiyan's guidance and inheritance. If you have the time, why don't? Sui Qing's expression changed as she spoke. She waved her hand and helplessly said, "Ah, I forgot that you still have a lot of things to do. Sorry. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "Thank you so much for immediately remembering that I still have a lot of things to do. Well, even so, if I have the time, I will think of a way to help. If I have the time." Sui Qing nodded slightly. "Thank you for the trouble. Many things. Many things." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He really had a lot of things to do that needed to be done. If it was a normal person, they would have gone bald by now. How are the others? Have they completed the origin baptism? Yes, you are the last to start and also the last to finish. Because there are fewer people this time, the energy of the territory can be increased to the maximum. The speed of the origin baptism is also increased by several times, including the inheritance awakening, so it can be completed very quickly. Sui Qing turned around and pointed to the other side of the territory. There are a total of 8 new inheritors. Other than them, there are also some who have the potential to become inheritors. However, their power is not compatible with the venerable gods, so they did not become inheritors. Yun Nuashing looked towards the direction she was pointing at. There were 6 pillars shining with a bright and moving light. The surging energy revolved around the pillars, forming a spiral that kept spinning upwards. He recognized the aura of this group of people. It would be better to say that the main event was basically the few of them. Ciyu, Qing Huang Jingyuanji Hui, Qing Jun Xing LV, including Shui Yan at the side. What about the last one? There's one more at the back. Sui Qing tugged on his shoulder and made him turn around. About a few thousand meters away, there was a pillar of ice and snow that was blowing a transparent and cold ice storm. The ice and frost aura swept through the area, and although it couldn't affect them directly from a distance, they couldn't help but shiver when they looked at it. It was as if they were in the middle of an ice and snowstorm in an instant, and were being attacked by ice and snow from all directions. Is that Shuang Shuang? Yun Nuashing understood the moment he saw the ice storm. He sensed it carefully and found that it was indeed her. Yes, the inheritor is the power of the ice venerable god. Yun Nuashing counted with his fingers. 13 people, one more than expected at the beginning. It should be a good result. Indeed, but this result is also within our expectations. Sui Qing nodded slightly. Most of them came from the realm of the gods. They have been influenced by you too much and have already established their foundations. They have also walked very far on the path of nature, or perhaps they have special bodies, so this result is not surprising. Her blue eyes looked at the ice storm. After a while, Sui Qing frowned slightly. We don't have the inheritor of the ice venerable god among us. The corresponding gods of Ciyu and Qing, Huang, also did not leave behind any inheritors. There is no one who can guide them. This is troublesome. Wait a minute, let me take a closer look. She looked around and confirmed for a while. She could not help but sigh. It seems that among the awakened inheritors this time, other than Ji Shuyan and Xing LV, there are no other inheritors who can help guide them. They are all in the other 16 positions that are missing. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. The number of second-generation inheritors is exactly 147. 146? No, there were originally 149 second-generation inheritors. Excluding the god of destruction and the god of creation, there were 145 inheritors in total. There were 4 gods and 2 inheritors. Before we were hurriedly sent into the soul-subduing ring by the gods, 18 inheritors had already fallen. Now, there are 131 inheritors left. There is no duplicate origin power. In other words, including the new 11 inheritors, well, it was not filled up yet. It was probably not filled up. Sui Qing's expression was still calm and dull. But Yun Nuashing seemed to be barely able to see the hatred and anger that could burn the entire starry sky from her pair of blue starry eyes. It was rare to see her reveal other emotions when mentioning the deceased inheritor. He almost forgot. He almost forgot because of the positive and optimistic attitude that they still maintained. Everyone came to this era with hatred on their backs. They were forced to abandon everything they had in the past and came here with a mission. The monstrous anger and hatred that they left behind would not disappear with the passing of time. They would never be able to calm down. It was the anger and hatred that could not be vented in the past. It had been accumulating for almost 20 eras, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 1952. For the second-generation inheritors who had accumulated hatred and anger for almost 20 eras, it was a pain that tore the era and reality apart. It was even more unforgettable than killing themselves. He had once mocked himself in the 139th era, and perhaps the same words could be used to describe Sway Foam and the other second-generation inheritors. They once had a big, happy family and were of the same origin. They had been through many hardships, but they never gave up. As long as the void did not explode, they could still hold on. Until one day, they received an unlimited mission from their goddess, and everything changed. That was the last time they came into contact with reality. They didn't have time to say goodbye, didn't have time to say a few words, and didn't have time to do anything. That moment of parting was eternal. When they opened their eyes again, they were isolated in a small box, waiting for the end that seemed like it would never come. They allowed time to pass by without stopping. Being isolated in the small box, they would never know what was happening outside. Until one day they were released from the small box and once again saw the world in front of them. Everything had become unfamiliar. The earth-shattering changes were the ironclad proof that the reality they were familiar with was far away. Everything had changed. However, nothing seemed to have changed. They were still fighting on the front lines of order. It was just that they no longer had the familiar faces of their big family. Only their group of 131 remained, cold and merciless. He could understand this feeling. After all, he was a guy who had reincarnated for who knows how many lifetimes. He repeatedly jumped on the path of reincarnation and wandered around as if it was his own backyard. He was used to dying and dying. He was also used to the passage of time and witnessed the world being burned, torn, and destroyed. He continued on this path for eternity without stopping. No matter how many people he had known, whether they were deep friends or ordinary acquaintances, no matter what, when time passed, he would be the only one left. He would be like an ancient soul drifting away from the world, carrying the obsession that had settled down for dozens of eras. Perhaps there was even more. That was why he could understand. That was why he did not know what to say. That was why he did not say anything. He did not mention anything about it. He did not have the habit of tearing the scars of others. Oh, if it was the scars of his enemies, could he tear them with a knife? Don't worry. Even if his hand trembled, he would just tear a little bit more. It would not affect him. At most, he would tear the path of reincarnation. It was not a big problem. However, it didn't seem appropriate to ignite the hatred and anger in her heart just like that because it wasn't the right time yet. If he ignited it now, it would only waste his strength. Although he could understand that she might not be able to control her emotions, it would be better to suppress it for a while. Thinking of this, he subconsciously reached out his hand and pressed on Sui Qing's head. All four of them were stunned. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. He was used to pressing on his little girl's head. Coincidentally, he was also distracted. Looking at Sui Qing's slightly widened eyes, he guessed that she was also a little silly. Then he quickly raised his hand again and patted her shoulder. Now is not the time to release that energy. Hold it in for a while. There will be a chance to say it. When the time comes, shout all the words that have been accumulated for 20 eras to the void. Use the energy torrent to shout it out to the entire void. Sui Qing slightly raised her head and looked at him. She looked at his colorful eyes, which reflected countless things in the world. She had seen the endless scenes of madness and mania in those eyes. At this time, it was just a pair of beautiful eyes. They were very calm and had accumulated everything in the deepest part of their heart. It was because this was not the best time. Whether it was emotional transfer or venting anger at the right time, releasing all the accumulated negative emotions at that time seemed to be the best way to control oneself. She seemed to understand that this was the reason why he often lost control in battle. She raised her hand and patted her hair. Suddenly she said, Have you listed me as your target? Ah, no. That's just my hand trembling. Yun Nuashing forced a smile and scratched his cheek. When I see someone showing that kind of expression, I can't help but want to say or do something. Probably because I know the consequences of being overwhelmed by these emotions, just like me. But I'm self-controlling, self-releasing, and self-losing control, so I don't think there's anything. I've said too much. Sui Qing blinked her blue starry eyes and saw his embarrassed face. She tilted her head and said indifferently, "There are too many people in your family. If I get involved, won't there be a quarrel?" So I really didn't mean that. My hand just trembled. Yun Nuashing was so anxious that he was jumping and sweating. Little Star's habit is to always press on other people's heads when talking about this kind of topic. She always looks at others with a helpless look, like an adult looking at a child. Little Angel sat at the side. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He didn't know what kind of bad habit it was. Yes, he didn't know. It wasn't that he didn't. Little Angel saw that he was almost confused by his own psychological confrontation. So she turned to look at Sui Qing. Our family is very lively. Our family is quite harmonious. Basically, we don't quarrel. If we quarrel, it's only because some idiot is playing himself to death and can't stand it. Basically, we're the ones who focus fire on him, although we can't persuade him in the end. It just so happens that we can't hold this idiot down either. Do you want to give us a hand? Yun Nuashing. Why are all the conversations today so high-pitched? Can you stop talking about topics that make my liver tremble? If there's nothing, please treat me as a non-existent, invisible person. Yes, I won't care. It's better to say that you must do so. Sui Qing glanced at his tangled and even more tangled face and looked away. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Let's talk about something else. By the way, since the matter of the inheritor is settled, let's deal with another equally important matter first. I guess I'll need all of you to come to the observer's dimension. Sui Qing immediately understood when he mentioned the importance of the matter. The fortress of origin. Yes, it's done long ago. After all, I took a look at it before I fell asleep. It would only take a year to put it back together, but I didn't expect that I would lie down for 20 years. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and pulled the two girls towards the gate of the fortress of origin. You two can deal with the remaining matters first. See you later. Sui Qing nodded and watched him leave before she turned and walked towards the center of the domain. The size and area of the Fortress of Origin were much larger than he had expected. To pull it out of the observer's dimension, he had to find a safer place. To put it simply, it was a huge storm, and it would not stop there. It would also unleash its destructive power in all directions. At least, that was the case before it was pinned down. After all, it was pieced together after 20 eras, and it had to roar a few times to express its emotions. It had been roaring for almost 20 years, and it was lucky that the conceptual space was tough enough not to be blown away by the wind. There was a lot of stuff near the center of the observer's dimension. Although he felt that hanging the Fortress of Origin out like this would not necessarily blow away the creation sanctum and the sanctum of creation, it was better to throw it out just in case. He was too lazy to clean it up. The pale golden ball of light floated 1,000 miles ahead. The surging radiance drew thousands of very obvious light traces within it, as if streams of light were rushing past. When it moved, it caused the space and the sea of energy here to resonate. The space above was distorted into a vortex and then a funnel, collapsing towards it. The sea of energy below was pulled up by a powerful gravitational force, arching a mountain peak above the sea. Does this thing need a huge amount of energy to manifest? He did not expect such a movement at all. He thought that it was just a normal thing to take out, and did not know where the energy was used. Observing the movement in the conceptual dimension, he thought that it might take some time to move the colossal thing out. He still had not seen what the fortress of origin looked like. After all, the storm it roared was still blocking his view. He turned to look at the little angel and Yuan Kong. "Is there anything wrong with your body?" "Everything is normal." Yuan Kong raised her hand and replied, "The brand of origin has fused with the origin of creation. Now, even if we let them come into contact with order, there will be no adverse effects. It seems that it can even accelerate our transformation into order beings." The first part was fine, but as for the transformation after, he was a little confused. As the origin of creation and the essence of the abyssal death shroud, how should he twist it so that it could safely become order without affecting them? He had not figured out the answer to this question, but he knew that he could not figure out the answer by thinking. He had to try it himself to know what the result would be. Then came the most serious problem. There were probably only 2 abyssal death shroud beings in the entire void. Where could he find a safer way to research, or something, to choose one of the 2? He felt that it would not work. This idea was a little shameful. This was not the same thing as dying and coming back to life. When it came to the alteration of the origin of creation and the origin of creation, it would be a small matter if he died if he did not handle it well. As a result, he could only hang in the spiritual temple without a way to resurrect. If the alteration of the origin of creation and the origin of creation were to affect the soul, it would be difficult to survive if the alteration of the origin of creation and the soul did not match. Well, it might be more convenient to use the origin heavenly God's explanation. For example, let's say his soul is in the shape of a ball, and the root of his soul imprinted in the spiritual temple is a ball. Now he wants to transform into a cube, but he fails. He is stuck in the middle, turning from a ball into a gourd. Because the transformation is incomplete, if he accidentally dies in the middle, the fragments left behind after his death will be collected by the spiritual temple. But the collected fragments won't be able to determine what he has become. Because he is now a gourd, it won't be able to recognize him, and he will be gone. He can only hang there, unable to be resurrected, unless he dies completely. For example, during the 100 billion years he has been dead, the spiritual temple didn't even collect the fragments, and directly returned to his original form, which costs a lot of time. That's what it meant. To be more precise, the origin of creation and the origin of creation had an abnormality due to an unsmooth transformation. The spiritual temple was unable to recognize that it was clearly the same individual, but the soul imprint was in 2 different states. Therefore, it was impossible to resurrect the person from the soul imprint. The transformation of the origin of creation and the origin of creation also had its degree of change and speed. Generally speaking, it would not immediately affect the soul, or else the failure rate would be equal to the death rate. Generally speaking, after the transformation of the origin of creation and the origin of creation, it would take some time before the transformation of the origin of creation and the origin of creation began to slowly adjust the body, including the soul. This could be considered a relatively slow transformation, a subtle process. But for the transformation of the origin of creation and the origin of creation, this was something that could not be avoided. This was a huge and violent transformation. In 1 second, the origin of creation and the origin of creation would tremble, and in the next, the soul would tremble as well. Basically, it happened simultaneously, which was very dangerous. For the time being, there was a way to save it, but the process was not too wonderful. It was not too wonderful for both the person being saved and the person being saved. It was best not to experience such an unnecessary experience. Just like death, although one could be resurrected, who would like to die for no reason? What are you thinking about? The little angel bent down with her hands behind her back and tilted her head to look at him. She looked straight into his colorful eyes. Yun Nuashing came back to his senses and habitually reached out to rub her long silver hair. I'm thinking about your problem. I'm trying to think of a perfect solution, but I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I'm a little anxious. The little angel stroked his face gently. Is there a rescue plan? Yes, Yun Nuashing answered without hesitation. Then it's fine. She smiled and wrapped him with her white wings. As long as there is a way, it's fine. We still have time. It's not the time to change the origin of creation and the origin of creation, so there's no need to be so anxious. Yun Nuashing was silent. That's true. Time, the existence of this thing, is to constantly push people forward. Unknowingly, it will push everyone to the predetermined position. No matter if they are prepared or not, no one can escape. Big idiot, it seems like something is going to fall. Yuan Kong, who had been running around the area, hurried back and grabbed his hand. He pointed his finger at the sky and made both of them turn their eyes. A huge phantom appeared in the sky. It was blurry and ethereal like a mirage. It was so transparent that it seemed like it could melt into the air. There were various colors of origin energy flowing around its edges and inside. It looked like a huge building that was still in a state of construction. Only the framework was more obvious. With just the framework alone, one could barely see its general appearance. But what was more shocking was that the appearance of the Fortress of Origin was a little different from what he had imagined. He had thought that the Fortress of Origin was either a sphere or some kind of remnant building filled with pillars. But now it seemed a little different. And the structure was so messy. He did not know how to describe it, nor did he know which order to describe it. The huge object hovering in the sky covered a much larger area than he had imagined. He had deliberately thrown the world core of order 1,000 miles away to prevent the oversized object from falling on his face like a galaxy. But reality proved that he had underestimated the size of the object, as well as the extent of the madness of the gods of Origin's creation. They had to retreat quite a distance before they could see the whole thing. Taking it apart into 2 or 3 parts, the entire Fortress of Origin was at least 70 to 80,000 miles in diameter. The main part was a pile. God damn it, he did not know what that thing was. It looked like a conch that looked like an awl. Its overall height was about 50,000 miles and was equally divided into upper and lower parts. The lower part was a straight pillar with a slightly tapered bottom. The entire pillar was equipped with a spiral that kept shrinking from top to bottom like a pendant, and the bottom part was also covered with about 30 similarly shrunken rings. As for the upper half, if he was not mistaken, it was a pyramid with a side length of more than 30,000 miles. At the top of the pyramid, there was an energy mark that was about the size of the entire pyramid in the surrounding space. It was unknown what it looked like. Currently, there was not enough energy, so the mark was quite blurry and could not be seen clearly. This included the 4 sides of the pyramid. The surface looked smooth, but there seemed to be some prints that could barely be seen. It was probably because there was not enough energy to manifest it. That was the main part, and the rest were the parts around it. Those were 32 tall and large rhombus-shaped crystals that resembled pillars. The width was 1/3 of the pyramid's upper part, but the height was the same. 16 of them were arranged in an inner circle and another 16 in an outer circle, with the inner circle circling the center in a clockwise direction while the outer circle was the other way around. At present, there was only a transparent frame and no color could be seen. But if one thought about it carefully, they should be mixed with origin energy, which was why they should be colorful. Those 2 parts combined to form an entire fortress. Well, it certainly looked like a fortress with a strict defense. In short, it was a huge lump that suddenly rushed into one's eyes. Aside from expressing that they did not understand but were deeply shocked, they could not think of anything else. Clang! With a quaking sound, the space trembled. The 2 circles of 32 tall and large rhombus-shaped crystals in the Fortress of Origin now had 3 additional rings hanging on them, as if additional accessories had just been fastened on. Moreover, the rings in the 2 parts were different as well. The inner ring was smaller and obediently fixed at the top, middle, and bottom positions, while the rings hanging on the 16 rhombus-shaped crystals in the outer circle were obviously much larger and were circling them up, down, left, and right. It was also thanks to the outer rings that the diameter of the entire Fortress of Origin had increased by another 10,000 miles. Now, the entire Fortress of Origin was estimated to be 100,000 miles in diameter. If there was a discrepancy, it would be a little bigger. He believed that the heavenly god of Origin and the others would definitely like to make things bigger. By the way, it was only a rough outline at the moment since it had not fully manifested. When it did, he had a feeling that there would be some weird things added. It was obvious from the dozens of hula hoops that suddenly appeared. The heavenly god of Origin and the others probably liked to place additional accessories as normal parts. Moreover, apart from the main body, inner ring, and outer ring, there was still a large portion of empty space in the Fortress of Origin. He had a feeling that something could be stuffed in those places, at least a few thousand staffs of Origin, or a bunch of energy towers would do. Wow, this thing looks so majestic no matter when you look at it. It really is a special model of the Fortress of Origin. Its size is one size bigger, and a normal Fortress of Origin would not have those 32 things outside. The exclamations and exclamations behind them made Yun Nuashing and the others turn around to see Brother Lei, Sui Feng, and the others walking towards them. They could not help but exclaim as they looked up at the area that was even larger than when it was dismantled into parts. But this thing doesn't seem to be complete. Sui Feng scratched his head. It's translucent, and the main body is missing something. I remember that there's a hole near the belly where the staff of creation was placed, and I remember that there's more than 32 things, and there's something. Did I forget? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said that it was not fully manifested. It's still being taken out of the conceptual space. It's not fully manifested yet. Let's wait a few more minutes. He glanced at the sea of energy that was being rapidly mobilized, and his face twitched. Why does it require such a huge amount of energy to manifest? The sea of energy might need to use 1/10 of its energy. Is this a repair fee? Xiao sure thought for a while and suddenly remembered. You forgot to recharge the conceptual space. After sleeping for 20 years, the energy in the conceptual space had long been used up when repairing the Fortress of Origin. If the object is only stored in the conceptual space, there's no need to recharge the energy used up. If you want to bring it to another place outside the conceptual space, you'll have to recharge the energy used up. This is what Her Eminence said. It seems to be an emergency solution in the conceptual space. It can allow one to endlessly overdraw energy when one is locked in a defensive battle. I'll take out a bunch of high-energy consuming creations right in front of you and bombard them with cannon after cannon. The lockdown will be for naught, and you'll die from anger. These are Her Eminence's words. Yun Nuashing was speechless. All right, it was another one of the inhumane arrangements of the heavenly god of Origin and the others. This method of dealing with things must have been very useful when they were forced into the concept space to encircle and annihilate him. So, now that I have to find out that the energy expended was to compensate for the energy used to repair the Fortress of Origin when he fainted, that's understandable. As the degree of manifestation increased, the Fortress of Origin went through another 3 or 4 changes. There were some changes on the main body, but there were also considerable changes on the whole. For example, there were 8 huge energy balls around the top and bottom of the main body. Judging from the surging energy of the 16 energy balls even before they manifested, they were definitely used to open the head of chaos. There was also a bunch of patterns and markings that slowly manifested. They belonged to some unknown heavenly god of Origin. As for their effects, they were either used to maximize attack or defense. Near the bottom of the pyramid, there was a hole about 1,000 miles in diameter at the center. Compared to the size of the pyramid itself, the hole was really inconspicuous. That's where the staff of creation is placed, Sui Feng said, pointing at the newly formed hole. I don't remember the staff of creation having such a big diameter, right? Yun Nuashing gestured at the hole. He remembered that the staff of creation was only 20 to 30,000 feet in diameter, As he spoke, he was about to take out the Staff of Creation to test it out when he suddenly froze. The cores of the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin were still being dismantled. He had to find some time to study them and put them back together. Oh, that's something Her Eminence deliberately did to expand the attack range. It said that when the time comes, a torrent of energy will spread out in a fan-shaped attack range. There will also be a bunch of things placed in that area that will multiply the power of the Staff of Creation. Everyone was speechless. She expanded the attack range because she was afraid that she would miss. Yun Nuashing understood and waved his hand. Precision? Precision? What precision? I'm going to flatten the entire void with an indiscriminate energy bombardment. There will be no problem of missing the target if the bombardment covers the entire area in one shot. You won't even be able to escape. Everyone was speechless. This guy definitely has a lot in common with Her Eminence when they're together. In summary, the power of origin. Chaos still needs to be adjusted. I've just figured out a new form of energy, so I'll try to multiply the power and range of origin. Chaos by 1,000,000. When the time comes, I'll definitely tear the underworld into pieces. After another 2 or 3 hits, I'll wipe out all the high-level primeval and leave 1 or 2 peak-level ones behind. Oh, Sinward will kill one with 1 slash and slowly play with the remaining one. I'll smash origin. Chaos into source origin again and again. Everyone was speechless. When the time comes, everyone will sink into source origin. Before they can swim back, they'll be pushed back by a wave. Finally, they'll drown in source origin. Yun Nuashing looked at the fort of origin and suddenly clapped his hands excitedly. Oh, Fortress of Origin. This thing can be used as an extra-large energy node. If I use it, I can increase the attack power of every origin, Primal Chaos, by 3 to 5 levels. The final origin, Primal Chaos, should be able to increase the attack power by several times. Everyone was speechless. Fengling, be a human. Our family members won't be able to fight if you continue like this. Chapter 1953. Everyone huddled together to discuss whether the observer's origin. Chaos would break the formation of his own people first before destroying the realm of order. Or would it destroy the people of the underworld first? This was a difficult question to answer. They all felt that the energy identification was not very strong, even though the energy identification of the sinful word had been arranged. But they just felt that it was not very strong. Anyone who had directly faced the power of the observer's origin, Chaos would have the illusion that they would be pushed to the bottom of the sea at any time. It was an energy tsunami that exploded in the void, enough to destroy everything within sight, and anything that could not be killed would be pushed to the bottom of the sea. Now that the observer had mastered a new form of energy, it would probably pierce through the seabed and bury them underground. While they were talking about being pushed into the origin of chaos, the origin of chaos was much more violent than the void, and any opening in that place would cause earth-shattering tremors. They would not fear the explosive power of the origin of chaos if they were well prepared, but if they were to leave the realm of order, their formation would definitely fall apart and they would not be able to hold their ground in the storm. The energy identification did not fear damage, but the gale could still blow people away. In the end, the energy identification was not completely immune, especially when the observer was constantly increasing his power during a fight, and they were afraid that the energy identification would not be of much use when his power was at its peak. As the topic continued, the Fortress of Origin hummed with a surging energy texture, announcing the completion of its manifestation. It also interrupted everyone's discussion and caused everyone to turn their eyes away. It's finally done. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the Fortress of Origin. The fully manifested Fortress of Origin did not have anything extra compared to before. It was probably fixed after the placement of the Staff of Creation was done, and the rest was just adding various things that they did not understand but felt useful and powerful, such as the marks of origin and certain things that might exist inside. In short, there should not be anything extra. The fully revealed Fortress of Origin was a deep, silver blue in color. It had a heavy metallic texture, and its surface was engraved with many indescribable origin imprints. They were all weaved by origin energy, and the rhombus-shaped crystals and energy balls around it were also of the same color. Even the huge, gorgeous, incomprehensible, and shocking pattern hanging above it was of the same color. That is the divine pattern of the continent of origin, drawn by the gods together. It is a pattern similar to a divine pattern, and is also one of the cores of the fortress of Origin's realm of origin. Sui Feng explained when he saw Maple studying the huge pattern. Yun Nuashing was stunned. One of the cores? How many are there in total? Altogether? Anyway, you just have to count all the cores in the fortress of origin. As long as they aren't completely destroyed, the domain won't collapse. If you don't destroy the core inside, you won't be able to destroy the core on the top. If you want to destroy the order domain alone, you might as well destroy the entire fortress of origin. That's much more straightforward. Sui Feng pointed at the 2 rings of rhombus-shaped crystals. The 32 crystals are also used for attack and defense. The outer ring's defense is normal, while the inner ring's attack and defense have weak, concept-level power. Well, I don't know much about the rest. I don't know much about the inside of the fortress of origin. What about the 16 orbs above and below? Yun Nuashing pointed at the 16 planet-sized energy orbs. Anyway, they're used for attack and defense. As for the specifics, Sui Feng answered with difficulty. Seeing Maple's helpless expression, he scratched his head and turned to his sister and the others. Sis, we might have to study the fortress of origin for the time being. Putting together all the things the gods have explained to us about the fortress of origin isn't even a tenth of its functions. Xiao Shi turned to Feng Ling. Perhaps Feng Ling can trigger something we can't touch. Everyone turned to look at the observer, who pointed at himself blankly. Theoretically speaking, it's very likely. Sui Feng nodded in agreement. Yun Nuashing stared at her with wide eyes, but before he could say anything, Xiao Shi grabbed his hand and led him to the fortress of origin. Let's go. It shouldn't take too much time. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and mumble, "Why me again? Why me again? Why always me? No, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Anyway, it's just a walk around. I might not even have anything to do with it." Everyone was speechless. Well, now that he said it himself, something was definitely going to happen. Speaking of which, how do we enter this place? Yun Nuashing looked at the main body of the fortress of origin, but he couldn't find the entrance, no matter how hard he looked. His attention was drawn to the muzzle of the Staff of Creation, but there was a red and black light flashing from the entrance. Yes, it was the light of the energy of destruction. It was definitely her energy of destruction. They couldn't possibly enter from that place, could they? Well, theoretically speaking, the muzzle of the cannon could also enter the interior of the fortress. After all, the entrance was 1,000 miles in diameter, so it shouldn't be a problem for a person to pass through. However, the flashing light made everyone break out in cold sweat, and they all wanted to avoid it. You'll know when you get there. Actually, you can see the entrance just by looking at the size of the main body. Sui Feng said as he floated in front. He agreed with Sui Feng. The main body of the Fortress of Origin was 50,000 miles tall, and the entrance for a person to pass through was at most 2 meters. Even if the entrance was opened up in a special area, it would only be 1,000 feet in length, width, and height. It was probably enough to fit in the main body of the fortress, and it was hard to see if one didn't get closer. When he got closer, he realized that he could no longer see the Fortress of Origin clearly. In front of him was another piece of land. The pyramid was like a smooth landslide. When the bottom of the pyramid fell, he saw that there was actually a large platform outside. Looking from the outside, the platform didn't seem to be very big, and it didn't seem to be very big. Yuan Kong looked up at the 2 pieces of silver blue land that stretched horizontally and diagonally upward, and couldn't help but mutter, "This thing is really big." Does the heavenly god of origin like to make things this big? Well, actually, the products of the 8 elemental realm are all very big. Well, this thing isn't particularly big. Sui Feng scratched his head and looked at Feng carefully. Doesn't your brother-in-law often make things that are tens of millions of miles in diameter, or hundreds of millions of miles in diameter? The space in the creation sanctum is stuffed with a huge explosive with a diameter of tens of billions of light years. You said that those things are explosives and they're just energy. Who would go look at them for no reason? But this is a building. It's different. Yuan Kong shook his head and looked at the fortress of origin. He couldn't help but mutter, "With such a big building, I think you'll only get lost if you go in. If you don't use spatial teleportation, you won't be able to get out in 2 or 3 years." Yeah, they also thought that this was very likely to happen, but it was impossible to get out of such a big building without using spatial teleportation. God knows how long it would take to get out if they didn't use spatial teleportation. There was nothing on the platform at the base. Sui Feng led them all the way forward. When they came to the foot of the base, they saw a real door. It was a door about 10,000 feet in length and height. If they didn't get close enough, they wouldn't even see it. This should be a passage that went straight into the main body of the fortress. The wall, ceiling, and floor of the passage were full of markings and patterns drawn with origin energy and origin law, although they didn't know what they were for. These, Yun Nuashing leaned on the wall and looked for a while. She rubbed her hand for a while and nodded. It's used to help gather energy. It can accelerate the gathering of energy by several times. Follow these patterns and you'll find the place where the energy is gathered. Everyone was shocked. Even Sui Feng scratched his head. But I've never seen these things before. The fortress of origin that my teacher showed me was a special type of fortress of origin. I've never seen one with so many patterns engraved on the sky and on the ground. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment, then clapped his hands and replied, "Isn't it just released from the concept space and gasping for breath?" The concept space probably only overdrew the energy to put it back together and didn't replenish it with energy. It has been dismantled for more than 20 eras. Why don't you allow it to quickly replenish its energy after putting it back together? Besides, the core energy core hasn't been installed yet, right? Then everyone realized that it was in a state of energy exhaustion. The Fortress of Origin felt that this was a moment of life and death, and was playing with the life and death energy. Life energy? Everyone was stunned. Even Yun Nuashing himself reacted half a beat later after he finished speaking. He suddenly turned his head to look outside, and immediately hugged his head with both hands and let out a tragic scream. "My sea of energy!" How could half of it be drained in one breath? Everyone was speechless. The sea of energy was probably in danger. It was definitely going to be drained dry. The next batch of energy sources hadn't been produced yet. If it was drained dry, the observer space would have no energy to use in a short time. Oh, there wasn't that much energy left. "Stop! Stop! Stop right now, you bastard! If you keep this up, I'll have to wait for a long time for energy to gather again, you bastard!" A certain observer was pounding on the wall and pounding on the floor while bawling her eyes out. She was crying so hard that her beautiful face was all messed up, making her look like a little girl. Well, as I said last time, a little girl crying and pounding on the wall was definitely a problem. See, the problem was here, and it was a big problem. All right, Brother Feng. As for energy, the new won't come without the old. Just bear with it for a while, and there will be more. Sui Feng patted his shoulder and looked at the rapidly declining sea of energy. His face twitched, and he could not help but smile bitterly. Let me tell you another piece of bad news. The 32 crystals and the 16 balls above and below are all waiting to be recharged. Yun Nuashing fainted before she could catch her breath. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. That was great. The concept class rule fragments that were constantly replenished by over 2 million permanent stations could be converted into energy. Moreover, the Sea of Energy's unique structure and core structure meant that its rate of energy gathering should have reached a terrifying level, but it was still drained clean by the mountain-like fortress of origin. Now, there was only 1/5 of its energy left. They couldn't even hear the sea of energy churning. No one knew if the fortress of origin had heard the mournful cries of an observer, but when there was only 1/5 of the sea of energy left, it suddenly stopped its action of slamming into the sea of energy and began slamming energy into the void. Whoa! What's happening in the observer space? A huge energy vortex has been observed at node 0. Lord Phone. The vortex is getting bigger. Damn it, it's already spread to the realm of order. The energy is plummeting. It's not picky. It drained the abyssal death. Mist spawned dry. The entire void has been taken over by it. Everyone was speechless. Now that the cries had reached the outside world, it was too much to say that it wasn't picky. It was so hungry that it couldn't be picky. Yun Nuashing abruptly bounced up and smashed her head against the wall, cursing, "Go to the void and origin and draw energy. The void and this place can't withstand your torment, damn it." Lord Phone, what's going on over there? Oh, the energy vortex is shrinking and the energy loss is decreasing. It's fine. Hurry up and replenish the realm of order. Lord Phone, please continue with your work. The crisis is over. Everything is fine over here. Everyone was speechless. It seemed that the fortress of origin had listened to the observer's words and really stopped when it was told to. Yun Nuashing looked weary and worried, squatting on the ground and leaning against the wall, her face ashen. This thing consumes a lot of energy. Where can we find a core to supply it with energy? I don't even know if the energy source can withstand this level of gluttony. It's not that bad. Sui Feng laughed dryly. It's mainly because it has just been pieced together and is in a state of energy exhaustion. That's why it needs to draw a lot of energy at once. When it's fully charged, that energy source is enough to be used as an energy core. After all, it can carry a lot of energy by itself and can draw energy from the environment on its own. It's not entirely powered by an energy core, so this is for insurance. In any case, let's keep moving forward. In the second half of the tunnel, Observer Liu was dragged along by the little angel and Yuan Kong. His face was pale, and he kept muttering, "Hundreds of years! Sea of energy, depletion, energy sources not strong enough, full energy, tens of millions of energy source worlds, full energy," and other words that made everyone's liver tremble. This was the fear of insufficient energy after the fear of insufficient firepower. There was no light in the passage itself, and it was all thanks to the patterns carved on the four sides. It was probably because of the energy exhaustion. Everyone stared at the patterns as they kept moving forward. After walking for quite a distance, they finally saw something else in the passage. It was not that they had arrived at a place, but a fork. In just 100 meters, there were 4 to 5 forks. It was like a maze. If not for Sui Feng and the others who were more familiar with the fortress of origin, there was no telling how long they would have to go around. "It's like a maze," Yuan Kong could not help but say. "Ah, it's actually not that complicated." Sui Feng quickly shook his head. "In fact, the internal structure is simple. It's just that it's big. The 5 forks you see will not lead to any other forks before reaching the hall at the end of each path. The path that diverges from that hall is just for the convenience of going to other halls. So, the interior of the Fortress of Origin is one hall after another?" Yuan Kong seemed to understand. "That's right. It's individual halls. Do you remember what I said before? The Fortress of Origin can continue to function even if it disintegrates. Each hull has an independent energy core. That's it." Sui Feng continued to walk along the path ahead, not intending to explore the forks. "Go straight ahead and you'll reach the core of the Fortress of Origin. Ah, there should be a portal in the Fortress of Origin, right at the entrance. It's just that, well, it doesn't have enough energy now. The emergency energy replenishment might not even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth, and some of the energy has been used in more important places. Portals, which are convenient for people to come and go, are dispensable for now. Now, we can leave a spatial beacon after going there once to fix the teleportation. Now, without a spatial beacon, we don't teleport directly but only use short-distance teleportation and walking because we're worried that the surging energy in the Fortress of Origin would throw us into some weird place. Yuan Kong was startled. Is this some kind of defense? Sui Feng froze for a moment before turning his head with a dry smile. Occasionally, there would be fights inside the Fortress of Origin. Internal defense, right? Just leave a part of the defense to use. Even if it was a defense that could only be used when the chaos conceptual entity and other ghostly things rushed into the Fortress of Origin and went on a killing spree. Still, from what she understood now, something similar might have happened in the past and quite a few times. Yun Nuashing suddenly came back to her senses after hearing Sui Feng's words. She quickly said, I just remembered something. These things were left for you guys, right? Why are you dragging me along? Am I right? The heirs were silent for a moment before Brother Lei coughed and could not help but say, I believe that when Her Eminence left these things behind, they must have left a set of insurance plans based on their understanding of us and their guesses about what might happen. As for that plan, well, it was a little early since the fuse itself was just a shadow at that time. So that's what I mean. Everyone turned to look at a certain executor, who was startled and his face twitched. That's great. Now all the insurance plans have been activated, right? Everyone smiled bitterly. After all, they had encountered all kinds of terrible things that pushed their previous plans into the abyss. So they had no choice but to activate all their insurance plans. In the end, they had caught a certain executor and started tormenting him. Wait. Little Hour suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. She turned to look at the fork and said flatly, There's no point in crowding. We still need to analyze the Fortress of Origin. Let's split up. Without Her Eminence's guidance, we can only try to understand the fortress on our own. Everyone nodded without hesitation and ran towards the other passages, leaving the group to continue moving towards the core of the Fortress of Origin. Although they knew that there was only one straight path in the passage, they still felt like they were walking through a maze in such a spacious and deep place. That kind of large-scale maze seemed to be able to devour all intruders. Sui Feng looked ahead and suddenly said, We're almost there. Brother Maple pulled him back. The space behind the door is very dangerous for beings of order. Although almost 2/3 of them have been converted to order and have the brand of the Origin, but it's never wrong to be careful. Yun Nuashing instinctively reached out, only to be tightly bound by a pair of wings. Her left hand was also held tightly by Yuan Kong, so she could only raise her right hand from the pile of feathers and give a thumbs up. Let's go. After walking a dozen steps forward, some abnormal light spots suddenly appeared in the air, densely scattered in all directions. It was as if he was looking directly at the sun through the grass, watching the sunlight directly enter his eyes. It was also as if there were mirrors randomly arranged in the distance, reflecting the sunlight from all directions into his eyes. Even if he knew what might be happening, he could not understand what exactly was happening. From the beginning, he did not feel any movement, as if it was happening, and there was no need for any reason or reason. After all, it was something that the heavenly god of Origin and the others made, so it was only natural that it would happen. After the dazzling light faded, the light began to reshape, filling the vision with colorful lights. The space was occupied by a compact arrangement of diamond-shaped patterns, a bit like Huey's primeval domain. Each diamond-shaped pattern looked like a crystal, and as the background in the distance, they were just maps with different colors, as if they were reflected by the lights. A little closer, he could see a large number of diamond-shaped structures pieced together by different numbers of them, moving irregularly around the entire space. He stared at them for a while and felt that they were probably decorations for the background. Probably. This was a warm-toned space with a faint gradient of white and orange. Looking at it, it was as if he could see as far as he could, but when he really looked at the farthest, he could not see the end of it at all. They were standing on the only platform in the space. The brightly colored platform was too eye-catching and could be easily distinguished from this space. It also looked like a light curtain laid flat on the ground, extending to the end of the line of sight. As for the space around them, there was nothing other than the diamond-shaped map in the distance and the large pile of rotating structures. This place was really empty. After checking the condition of the little angel and Yuankong, Yun Nuashing found that they were not affected. Only then did she look at the space. There seems to be some lingering thoughts in the core. Is there anything else? Yes, wait a moment. I remember the core looks like this. Sui Feng squatted on the ground and pressed his hand into the ground. His expression kept changing as if he was trying to dig something out of the ground. After a while, he slowly pulled his hand out and said, "It's done." The space before them flickered, turning from illusory and transparent to solid. It seemed to have been hidden in front of them from the beginning, but now it was revealed. It was the colorful spherical framework with 12 rings around it. It looked like an asteroid. Oh, this thing is really a core. Yun Nuashing could not help but roll her eyes. This was the thing that was put together in the beginning. At that time, she did not see the core in the center. Now, she still did not see the core in the center. The center of the spherical framework was very conspicuous. She measured it with her eyes and felt that it should be able to fit an energy source into it. Sure enough, the core is gone. Sui Feng scratched his head and sighed. I'm afraid the core has been dug out by those bastards. But they deliberately dismantled the fortress of origin inside and out and dug out the core. Yun Nuashing thought carefully about what they did. They stole the energy rods and twisted them into something that could provide energy for chaos. I think there should be a corresponding value. After all, they took away the energy rods. Maybe they wanted to twist them into something similar to chaos and then do something. Well, to provide energy for chaos and the concept body of chaos. Sui Feng and the other 3 thought along those lines and felt that the possibility was not small. The energy rods had been used as the energy source for the death shroud for a dozen eras, and there was no guarantee that other energy-related items would have been taken away for something else. They did not know how many things were hidden in the soul subduing ring, and naturally did not know how many things had been lost. Only Her Eminence knew that. The group went around the ring belt and came to the center of the empty frame. Yun Nuashing carefully took out the energy source from the pendant and gestured forward. Then he was stunned. It's not big enough. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. It's definitely not measured by size. Before he could say anything, Little Brother Maple had already taken out a transparent ball of light and stuffed the energy source into it. Then he used order, energy, and laws to adjust it. Halfway through, he heard Little Brother Maple's words and was startled. What did you say? Theoretically, the core should just be hung on it. What are you doing? Yun Nuashing scratched his head. It's not big enough, so I'm making it bigger and strengthening it. Look, it's big enough now. The energy source was embedded in the transparent ball of light. From the outside, it looked big enough, but they didn't understand what this transparent ball of light was for. Well, I've mentioned it before. This is the energy source world. It's used to strengthen the energy source. It's stuffed with concept-grade law fragments and pure energy output energy cores, a modified version of the new energy core. This thing is directly connected to the void and nothingness and can generate energy on its own. The speed at which it condenses energy is 1,000 times faster than the energy source. Well, it should be said that it strengthens the energy source by 1,000 times, increasing its speed by 1,000 times. That's right. Yun Nuashing showed a pained expression as he patted the transparent sphere. This thing's cost is too high. It can't be mass-produced. Oh, we understand. It must be more costly energy cores and concept-grade law fragments. I understand. The four nodded to show their understanding. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing shook his head and sighed, startling them. He pointed at himself and sighed. This thing costs me a little. The four of them were speechless. There was no need to explain. This was a special product that cost him his life. The things in the creation sanctum probably could not replicate it. The second generation's replicable energy source world is on the list for now, but I don't have a good idea at the moment. I have to think about it. For the first generation's one, it takes 1/10 of my life to make one, and I'll have to be bedridden for 180 days if I make 10 of them. Even if I make one at a time, my condition will deteriorate greatly after a period of rest, so it's not worth it. Yun Nuashing sighed with a look of despair. Everyone was speechless. This thing was good, but it was costly and could not be mass-produced. Chapter 1954. The core returned to its position, and the surging energy was released continuously. The entire core was surging with surging energy. The fortress of origin shone brightly, looking even more majestic under the endless light of the origin energy. Its posture full of power seemed to be telling everyone that it could not wait to rush into the underworld and start a massacre. None of the above scenes happened. Even if an energy source world that could strengthen the energy source by 1,000 times was installed, it was still as motionless as a stone, absorbing energy desperately in the deep void and the void. After all, this guy was really crazy from hunger. A mere energy source could not fill the gap that was like a crack in the great origin realm. It might take a while for it to truly recover and walk a few steps every now and then. Let it stay for 70 to 80 days, and it will probably return to normal. Sui Feng snapped his fingers and threw out the final answer. Thank God you didn't say 7 to 8 million years just because your mouth trembled. Yun Nuashing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. 70 to 80 days is not unacceptable. Sui Feng scratched his head with a dry smile. In fact, there is a faster way. Cough, cough. You will understand once you hear me out. Like I said before, the fortress of origin is put together by many halls. They each have their own energy cores. Now that the main core between the cores has been dismantled, the other cores in other places are probably not safe either. So, Sui Feng paused halfway and threw a tentative look at Sui Feng. Sui Feng shuddered and said, You're not going to ask me to prepare dozens of energy source worlds and hang them up, are you? Well, theoretically, yes. That will also speed up its recovery. Maybe it can shorten the time by 20 to 30 times or something. Sui Feng covered his head with his hands. Well, don't hit me if I say something wrong. Yun Nuashing looked at the guy who was squatting down with his hands on his head with a weird expression and scratched his cheek. I only made 5 of this thing for fun. I never thought of mass-producing it. Isn't that killing me? Can't we just use an ordinary energy source? Yes, of course. The current energy source is completely devoid of concept-level power and has even been partially castrated. But little brother Feng, you've made some adjustments and strengthened it. So it should be enough under normal circumstances. Although it's still a little lacking compared to the original energy core of the Fortress of Origin. TSK, as expected, the energy source world is still a little better since it's closer to the original energy core. TSK now's the recovery phase, so who cares if it's up to standard or not? Just attach a core that can replenish energy and let it recover. Although the energy source world is a little better, there's no need to replace it. When I want to die one day, I'll ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by 4 soft hands and a pair of wings. A soft voice sounded in his left and right ears at the same time. Don't say such things. The little angel even bit him on the neck, causing him to shudder and be unable to speak. He had only said those words subconsciously. Seriously, he didn't really mean to hover between life and death. He didn't like hovering between life and death for no reason, really. But before the second generation's energy source world was created, if necessary, he wanted to get some of the first generation's energy source as well. No. The little angel bit his ear and refused clearly. Yun Nuashing shuddered as she replied to Sui Feng. Then let's use up the ones we have and use the normal energy sources as cores to make do with the rest. When the time comes, we'll talk about it again after the second generation energy source worlds are created. Sui Feng couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. He was the one who said it was fine, and that he could make do with the recovery phase. Although it seemed like he said something unnecessary. It was great that Brother Feng's life-risking plan was reprimanded. He should be more careful in the future and not make him think too much. Oh, wait a minute! Yun Nuashing suddenly raised her hand with a blank face. The energy sources are gone too. There are only 2 left. Everyone. That seemed to be the case. The first batch of energy sources was not large in the first place. They were used for emergencies and to save time. The effect had been achieved, but there was not enough to do anything else. As the first batch of energy sources, they were still dawdling on the road. It would take a few hundred years for them to be able to produce them. Anyway, 70 or 80 days is not a big problem. Just install the remaining energy source worlds and energy sources. It will shorten the time by a lot. If you have enough energy, it will be easier for you to analyze the Fortress of Origin, right? Yun Nuashing took out the items one by one and handed them to them. By the way, let me know if you can dismantle them. No, this thing can't be dismantled. Sui Feng and the others smiled bitterly. Well, he was just joking. He actually had a rough idea of the Fortress of Origin's toughness. He walked over and checked the quality of the wall. It was quite sturdy and probably would not collapse that easily. If it did, he could just let the concept space repair it again. Because it was very simple, that was not the point. The point was that even if it collapsed, he might not be able to get any useful information from the core structure of the Fortress of Origin. He could not figure out the core structure of the Fortress of Origin even in the first or second generation of the creation core. He would have to wait for the next life. But from the next life onwards, the strength of the Void's rules would drop like a cliff. The entire order would be locked at the level of celestial gods, and he would not be able to figure out whether it was order or not. Things related to the origin would probably only be recorded in some folk stories and picture books, not to mention these relics of origin that actually existed. After the battle at the end of the Dark Age, everything would probably be used up. Well, there's no other way. He would have to wait until fate brought him to it. Inside the Fortress of Origins, Joshua installed the energy source world and energy source in the core of each hall and took a stroll around, but he did not sense anything out of the ordinary. The Fortress of Origins seemed to be barely listening to him, but most of the time it was in a state of indifference. Apart from pounding on the walls and the floor to make it obediently move the claws of pi energy to the void, it did not respond to anything else. Perhaps it was because it was not alert enough due to the depletion of energy. The energy source world and energy source could only replace 7 of the core positions. As for the remaining 20 or so halls, he could only use the new cores of the energy towers to temporarily replace them. If one was not enough, he would put a few together to make do. After all, the core positions were big enough. After he was done with all that, he did not trigger any special events in the Fortress of Origin. There was no need for him to stay here. Leaving the rest to Sui Feng and the others, he left the Fortress of Origin with the little angel and Yuan Kong. Big idiot, what are you going to do next? In the observer space, Yuan Kong looked at the big idiot, who was deep in thought with his arms crossed. She could not help but walk up to him and poke his face. She and her sister had been watching him ponder for an hour. Next, I'm going to... Yun Nuashing turned to look at her and took out the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin that were still in disassembled state. The first level of the energy towers should be completed. Now that I have a good inspiration, I think I should be able to produce results that exceed my own expectations. Looking at the core of the staff of creation that resembled an octopus, Yun Nuashing walked up to it and stroked the huge cluster of light, her gaze becoming profound. This will be a masterpiece that I have and control over at this moment. Masterpiece refers to a product's masterpiece. Just the sound of it sounded a few levels lower. Well, for someone like him who was forced to do things halfway and was forced to do so, it should be fine. Even if it was not, there was nothing he could do, since he could not create things like the staff of origin or the staff of creation. The level of difficulty was too great, and he would probably have to use concept-level power to make it. As for the more advanced creations of order, the first level of the energy towers should be the limit. If he wanted to create energy towers that were not mass-produced, those special energy towers would have to go through some time of constant adjustment. There was no rush right now. Seeing that the big idiot was distracted again, Yuan Kong patted him on the arm and said, "Then you do your work. My sister and I will study the changes after the origin baptism. Call us if you need anything." The little angel gently pinched his face and got down from him. "Don't push yourself too hard," she said softly. "Oh, got it." Yun Nuashing nodded and suddenly smiled at the two of them. "If I go silly, remember to call me for a while. If I don't respond, then use the physical method to wake me up." The little angel and Yuan Kong were speechless. Did he mean to wake him up directly? It seemed that he knew that he could easily lose control. But I don't think I will lose control in the short term. Yun Nuashing poked his temple with a sad expression. Hui has gone to awaken. I also have to take a look at the void frontline. I don't know what happened in the past 20 years, so I have to make up for it. I have to deal with this matter and the energy tower at the same time. I won't be too involved and make myself silly. Yes, it was not rare to fall into a deep sleep because of something. Everyone in the void frontline had died and come back to life about 100 times. The troublesome thing was not the matter itself, but accidentally falling asleep and waking up to find that time had flown by. It could be as short as a dozen days or as long as 100 billion years. It was not surprising that anything happened during that time. That was the most troublesome thing. They had to make up for all the things that they missed during the time they died. The Order warriors had to update their equipment when they needed to. As for the decision-makers, they had to figure out what had happened during this period of time, or find out if there were any follow-up matters that needed to be followed up and dealt with immediately. Before he lay down, the most important thing was the source law. He had also asked Hui to help collect the feedback and thoughts on the use of the product. It had been 20 years, and the collection should have been completed. It did not matter if Hui was not there, but little Qing was definitely there. The situation with the source law. I Ching returned to the void frontline after completing the origin baptism to continue his work. Hui, Yuanji, and Qing Jun all ran off to inherit the legacy, leaving him alone to manage things. In fact, a lot of the higher-ups were busy. It was actually a certain young man who was too diligent. Everything big and small would fall into his hands. He reckoned that no one knew more about the void frontline than this young man, so he had to be looked for. More importantly, he could not name the others. According to Lord Maple's arrangement, the frontline world and every node have been replaced with a domain with the source law. The original domain is placed in the order domain, separated from the node, and only the effect of suppressing the power of chaos is left. Did Hui and Sui Feng adjust and remove part of the original domain effect? That's right. I Ching nodded slightly at Lord Maple's soul image and continued his report. Thanks to the source law, the frontline world now needs less time to cultivate a primeval from scratch. It only needs a little more than 2 eras, almost 3. And because all the methods to ascend to primeval from the previous era have been retrieved, there are now very few who are stuck at the threshold. 3 eras. It's too late to create a new batch. We can only pray that more people can ascend to primeval in the remaining time. Well, since the threshold is no longer a threshold, the number of primeval should not be a problem. There is still more than an era, and it should be enough for 80% of the Order warriors to ascend to primeval. As for the rest, Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. Her fiddling with the light in front of her eyes paused. There is only the problem of high-tier primeval left. I Ching laughed softly. Lord Maple, don't worry. Before the time is up, we will definitely have a group of high-tier primeval. If possible, there will be enough time for us to go a little further on the path of high-tier primeval. If that's the case, I can be at ease. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He had no way of personally experiencing the power of the Source Law, so he was not very sure if it could achieve the desired effect. Now that he heard I Ching say these words in such a confident tone, he was a little relieved. I feel a little more at ease. Relax. F*CK. Looking at everyone going from origin to primeval, from low-tier primeval to high-tier primeval, he was the only one who could not ascend to primeval. It was so F*King heart-wrenching. He had worked so hard and risked his life for so long. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Negative emotions erupted again. Thinking about it carefully, there would still be 20% of the Order warriors remaining at Origin Realm to accompany him. That would be whatever. Stop comforting yourself. It's fine if you don't have this kind of company. If possible, it would be better if all of them were at primeval. Although it would be very awkward if he was the only one at Origin Realm on the front lines. Everything the front lines did was to crush the underworld. It did not matter if it was awkward or not. Seeing Lord Maple suddenly put on a show, I Ching was stunned for a while. He ignored Lord Maple's conflicted expression as usual and continued to report other matters. After the Origin baptism, the Order warriors can directly touch the Origin energy after familiarizing themselves with it. As they become more familiar with it, the degree of contact they can make will increase as well. They can also use the Origin energy to faintly attack and defend, whether it be at Origin Realm or Primeval Realm. As a result, if Lord Maple has any plans that require the use of the Origin energy and the laws of Origin, please don't mind us. Just do it. Leave the rest to us. TSK, they can already adapt to the Origin energy? Yun Nuashing replied with a tuft of her hair. There were indeed a lot of things that needed to be adjusted after the changes brought about by the laws of Origin. The energy towers and the domain of order were clearly of the utmost importance. The latter also needed to be modified due to the reappearance of the Fort of Origin. That could wait until Sui Feng and the others understood the situation with the Fort of Origin. As for Yun Nuashing, he just needed to focus on the energy towers. The first grade of the energy towers went without saying. They definitely needed to be upgraded to the limit. The second and third grade of the energy towers also needed to be upgraded due to the appearance of the laws of Origin and the fact that everyone could use the Origin energy. There was already space for upgrading, so it was not as troublesome as imagined. After dealing with it, all he had to do was use the Origin Divine Hall to replace the energy towers on the front line. As for upgrading, I Ching suddenly shuddered. His entire body stiffened when he saw Lord Feng covering half of his face with his right hand and showing a slightly deranged and twisted expression. He could not help gulping as he heard Lord Feng suddenly say, "Then I won't hold back. You all must properly grasp that portion of the Origin energy." Ha 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 ha! I Ching's jaw dropped and his face paled. It's over. He felt like he had accidentally said something. It's over. Looking at Lord Feng's deranged expression, he had released the monster that had been locked in a cage. It's over. He remembered Lord Hui saying that everything Lord Feng said about maximizing his attack power was absolutely true. In other words, his words were equivalent to Lord Feng saying restriction lifted, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Now, ha ha ha, you go do what you need to do. I have some good ideas. Ha! By the way, the first grade of the energy towers should be completed soon. You can look forward to it. Ha ha ha! I Ching. It's over. This is madness. It's over. This time all the Order warriors in the Void frontline are going crazy. He had to be prepared to inform everyone and let them be prepared. After ending his conversation with Lord Feng, I Ching, with a suicidal mindset, called out to all the higher-ups of the node, Everyone, we have 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Oh, Your Excellency, I Ching. Your heavy tone right from the start makes my little heart a little uncomfortable. Then, please tell us the good news first, so that we can prepare ourselves mentally. The good news is that Lord Maple will soon find the level 1 energy pagoda. The Void frontline strength will increase again. Everyone, oh! What's the other good news? Another piece of good news is that Lord Maple has a plan to further adjust the energy tower. It will probably be completed in the near future. Oh, wait. Some of the more perceptive ones were enlightened and noticed that something was not right. Then, Your Excellency I Ching, what is the bad news? I Ching turned away, unable to look directly at the faces of the many soul reflections that changed from excitement to calmness and then to somberness. After some thought, he covered his face. I accidentally pulled out Lord Maple's restriction cork, and the old man was very excited when he heard it. So excited that he decided not to be human. Yes, everything related to the energy tower has to be filled. Whether it will be filled to the brim is still unknown. But there will definitely be origin energy mixed in, and the level 1 energy pagoda might even involve the power of the source of origin. Everyone's expression changed. Wait a minute. Those 3 pieces of news were stuffed together, weren't they? I Ching's face stiffened as he continued. I'm just telling all of you so that you can prepare to strengthen the Origin brand in a short period of time. I'm guessing that Lord Maple would definitely drag a bunch of people over to test it after he's done, which is why I'm telling all of you to prepare yourselves in advance. And by that I mean mentally prepare yourselves. That's all, everyone, do your best. Everyone's face went pale. Good Lord, good Lord. That was good news in essence, but for them now. Your Excellency, I Ching, you bastard. Don't fan the flames at the wrong time. Everyone cursed. Was Lord Maple someone to be provoked so casually? Something big would happen if you did. Look, it's already happening. Oh no, they would probably have to focus on the Origin brand for a while. Not only would they have to deal with Ascension, breaking through, and dealing with the Origin brand. Oh, it's really a headache. Fortunately, they were quite familiar with the Origin brand over the past 20 years, and had dealt with it to a certain extent. Now, all they had to do was continue strengthening it and not expend much effort. Still, they had no idea how much Lord Maple would strengthen the Origin brand to the brim this time. In short, they had to strengthen themselves to the point where they could touch and use part of the Origin energy at will. Time was a joke. It seemed that the words he had heard since he was young, although he had been wandering around the world since he was young, and it was the same in every life, the more he wandered, the more he heard, were more or less saying, time had the nature of a thief. If it was worse, it could be said that it was a robber. Well, when it made a move, the result was the same. It was either robbing people or robbing things. But he felt that its nature could be worse. This thing was like a pipe piercing into his stomach and constantly stuffing him with food. Food called anxiety, uneasiness, and irritability. When the time was right, it would take a soldering iron and drive him to the shelf. It's right to drive a duck onto a perch. Anyway, he's being driven by time anyway. But what's stuffing him with food? Stuffing him full and then dragging him out to be slaughtered? Do you want to eat foie gras? Hui sat cross-legged on the ground made of energy crystals with his arms crossed. This is a bit difficult. Do we have anyone here who knows how to cook? It's okay to burn it into charcoal, but forget about cooking it. When I was wandering outside alone, I ate charcoal for hundreds of years. Qing Jun grinned. It was really a tragic time. Xing Lu scratched his head. I'm okay. After all, I was wandering alone in the wild. Before I reached the state where I didn't need to eat or drink, I had honed my cooking skills in order to not die from eating. But we don't have these things here. Yuan Kong snorted and waved his hand. Just use the power of energy and the power of the rules to make one. Anyway, the texture and taste are about the same. We're all a bunch of guys who distort the rules to create things out of thin air. Who cares about the materials? Shuang Shuang, who was listening at the side, tilted her head. Her ability to catch up with the topic was half a beat slower. Can emotions be eaten? Hui, oh yes. Don't people who are too irritable and angry often say, I'm full of anger? Everyone. This serious explanation would lead the little girl's thoughts astray. Shuang Shuang made an oh sound and turned to look at little Star, who was surging with energy and had a head full of gorgeous long hair. Seeing his anxious and sweaty face, she turned to look at Siyu and the others. Little Star, is it delicious? Siyu thought about it seriously. If you like to eat salty food, you have to sprinkle more salt. Otherwise, it can only be regarded as a dessert. Everyone, Shuang Shuang understood. She stood up and ran to Little Star. She pulled him and said, Little Star, let me have a bite. Everyone, Yun Nuashing. At this moment, he was really at the stage where his brain was spasming. He overused his brain and had a stomach full of anxiety, so he seriously thought about this problem. He even rolled up his sleeves to show Shuang Shuang his fat, snow white and slender arm. Looking at the patterns on his arm, he suddenly remembered what Yu Yin said. Look at this. It looks like a strange thing that has expired and is contaminated by some unknown substance. Can you eat it? Everyone looked at it and was a little dumbfounded. It was a bit hard to eat it. There were too many origin patterns, and it looked very scary. It was not strange that something would come out of it if he bit it. Shuang Shuang looked at it carefully. While he was in a daze, she picked up his hand and gently opened her mouth to take a bite. Everyone. This girl was not picky. He freed his hand and flicked his finger on Shuang Shuang's forehead. When the girl let go of his mouth, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, Don't mess around. He sighed and placed an energy tower that looked like a scepter in front of him, horizontally, aiming at the space in front of him. The energy began to gather quickly, and in just 3 seconds it was ready to attack. The mighty energy torrent that burst out made the whole space a little quieter, and the dazzling white light dyed the whole starry sky in the observer space into a grayish white. Everyone looked at the exciting scene and quieted down a little, and they all said, The light pollution of this thing is too serious. After Lord Feng tried it a few times, Qing Jun was a little restless. His saliva was about to fall out. Good stuff. It's better than the last one. The basic attack of the first level energy tower is already so... No. It's not very good. Yun Nuashing's face was dark. He waved his hand and smashed the scepter-like tower into pieces on the spot. His face was full of distress as he smashed his head on the octopus-like light ball next to him. No, it's really not good. It's really not good. It's really not good. Everyone. He was irritable. The degree of irritation increased by 1. In the past 2 days, they had seen him become more and more irritable and tired. Full of energy was written all over his face. It took a total of 12 days to finish the inheritance. After they were done, they came out to look for him. On the way, they heard that someone said that he was ready to find the first level energy tower 12 days ago. But when they came here, they saw that someone had been busy for 12 days with a face full of despair, looking at the debris, and all kinds of energy towers on the ground. They understood at once the thing had been created. Yes, the first level energy tower was ready, but this was not the best. Someone had not been able to fully unleash the attack, so he was in pain and anxious at the moment. No, that was not accurate. To be more precise, Maple's original plan from 12 days ago had been completed today. But after completing it, he suddenly realized that there was still room for improvement. So he immediately came up with a new plan. So they watched him toss and turn for the next 2 days. As for why they had to stay here for 2 days, it was because Sui Feng and the others had all gone to study the Fortress of Origin. They also said There are no inheritors who can help guide. Although there are 2 people here, 2 more won't make a difference. You might as well go find Brother Feng. I'm sure he'll be happy to guide you." Those were the original words. This was the reason they were here, and probably one of the sources of Feng's anxiety. But they could not help it. If they did not come to him, there was really nothing they could do. Exploring the path of origin was much harder than they thought. Although they did not just sit here and wait, and were also thinking of ways to study it, it was still very difficult. Chapter 1955. Becoming a legatee was something he had never thought about before. He felt that he was not fated to be a legatee. Well, perhaps because he had been thinking about it too much, it really did happen. Sui Feng's warning was something he had kept in mind, but he did not expect it to come true. Now he was a little troubled, but it was not that hard to accept. After all, he had been thinking about it too much, to the point that he even had the thought of, "See, I told you it would be like this." It felt like he had been freed from his burden. Even though it was a good thing to be able to increase his combat power, it did not stop him from thinking that being an origin inheritor was the most miserable job in the Order Void. If there were still others, then it would only be a higher-ranking executor. In short, there was no end to life when the word origin was involved. The degree of misery would only increase day by day and would never decrease. If chaos was added into the equation, then it would truly be a joyous occasion. Every day he would be tortured to death by the 2 most dangerous groups of people in the void. Maple would know the details. That guy had been tormented to the point that he was about to die from happiness. He was so happy that he wanted to level the void. Forget it. Since it was a fact, it was useless to complain. He had to take some measures now. He had to familiarize himself with this thing so that it could be put to good use. He saw that Feng had been tormented to death by him. Although there was no difference between running over to talk to him and walking into a landmine, he was really going to walk into this landmine today. The moment the thought of dying heroically came to him, he had already stood up. Everyone was shocked and watching as a warrior went into battle. He walked towards Maple and slapped him on the shoulder. With a face full of sweat, he said calmly, "Maple, why don't you change your mood? Why don't you fix us first? Although I know it's troublesome, we also—" "Oh, that's a good idea. Let me take a break here." When Yun Nuashing heard that, he immediately threw the level 1 energy pagoda to the ground and clapped his hands as he turned around and walked towards the group. Everyone was speechless. His heart was as unpredictable as nothingness and origins. No one knew why, even though they were of the same nature. Sometimes they would have the opposite effect, and sometimes they would have the same effect. They racked their brains for a while and finally came up with an answer. It depends on the mood. But speaking of guidance, at the very beginning, I might only be able to guide you in the simplest way. It's purely about the origin energy origin laws in your own matters. That's the most basic part. As for the special characteristics of your respective inherited powers, as well as the special parts, well, you might have to explore this on your own. As Yun Nuashing said this, he walked in front of everyone. After looking around for a while, his gaze landed on Siyu. He said softly, "You seem to have inherited the power of the origin, heavenly god." Siyu tilted her head and acted cute. "Who is it? Didn't I tell you when I received the inheritance?" "No, it only talked about the characteristics of the energy and even more characteristics. It didn't specifically mention which heavenly god of origin it originated from." Yun Nuashing's pretty face instantly scrunched up like a walnut. She looked around and saw that everyone was nodding in agreement. Her pretty face scrunched up even more. "All right, probably because it's an emergency inheritance ceremony and it's not taught by the origin heavenly god in person. There are some things that weren't told to you. See you! You inherited the power of the origin heavenly god whose name is creation. He's the top leader of the land of origin." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Qing Jun smashed his fist on the ground and was very excited. "Is he powerful? Is he very powerful? He must be very powerful, right? The top leader must be very good at fighting, right?" Sister, see you. Fight with me another day. Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and she interrupted Qingjun, because the remaining 146 heavenly gods of origin didn't want to be in charge. They forced him to be in charge. In fact, it's the other two who are in charge. So, although he's the top leader on the surface, he's actually a stinky little brother. Everyone. They didn't know why, but after hearing this, they felt a little disillusioned. By the way, Stinky Little Brother is a title given to him by the second in command. The second in command is the one who takes charge of combat power. Yun Nuashing raised her hand and pointed at herself, then pointed above her head. Everyone immediately understood. It was the heavenly destruction god who said that. Seeing this, Qingjun awkwardly sat down, looking very obedient and not causing trouble. It was impossible to tell that he was so excited to challenge someone just now. Everyone felt that he was already scared of being beaten up by a certain observer, so they didn't continue to mention this matter at all. That creation god is the pioneer and practitioner of the path of order creation among the myriad paths of order. As I said before, the power of creation that comes with Siyu's physique should be quite compatible with this heavenly god of origin. So it's not particularly strange that she inherited his power. It's not hard to imagine. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and continued to look at Siyu with his head tilted. The slightly frown on his face and the accelerated thinking on his face told everyone that he was having a headache. But if that's the case, you may have to completely explore your own path. I mean the path of special characteristics. What characteristics does this inherited power of origin have? What it can be used for, what it can be changed, how it can be changed, and the special effects it has on you may have to completely rely on yourself to discover. Hearing this, Siyu's little face fell. Why? Little star, can't you help me? Yun Nuashing scratched his head and sighed deeply. I want to, but among my 196 types of origin energy, I don't know why, but the origin energy of creation has no reaction. It's ridiculously quiet. It's probably a little weaker than the origin energy in your bodies right now. Isn't that too tragic? Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Only this power is missing. Is it because the old man has a problem with you? Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and pondered. I heard them say that the first in command is always afraid of the second in command, and because her energy is the most active one among my 196 types of origin energy, the origin energy of creation, is so afraid that it trembles and doesn't dare to move. Everyone, all right, this is obviously a joke. The real reason should be related to other aspects. For example, the inheritance that CU received originated from the 30th. I don't know the exact 30th era, but it was definitely a backup inheritance that was prepared before the 35th era. As for me, I actually didn't receive any proper inheritance. They squeezed their way in and left a mark on me. They didn't give me any guidance, not even the origin laws. They didn't even give me a clue about the changes in the origin structure and soul origin. I dealt with everything myself. If I don't deal with it quickly, I'll die. I don't even know how I've come this far. I don't know how long I've been alive. Yun Nuashing's face was full of pity. You can even treat me as someone who became an inheritor halfway through my life. But if I didn't become an inheritor, I wouldn't have become an inheritor halfway through my life. I would probably still be rolling around in the reincarnation road without a stable place. Everyone, isn't this too tragic? So it's either because it's not an official inheritance, or because the inheritance is in this era, the 51st era. So there should be something different in nature. Well, let's not talk about this first. I'll find out when I talk to them. Yun Nuashing leaned against the air and said softly, in order to save time, I'll just point out the path directly. Anyway, it's just a basic path and won't cause you to deviate from the path because of excessive guidance. First, you have to familiarize yourself with the origin energy and origin rules. Then you have to deal with the origin energy and origin rules after that. Then you have to deal with it in this order. The progress of these 3 stages can't be too far apart. Take it one stage at a time. Don't take too big a step at the beginning, otherwise. Hui, will it affect the balls? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and pointed at herself. It will enter hell mode. Everyone. Then forget it. Take it one step at a time. Well, this can't be done blindly. After all, if they want to die, he wants to die. Since you're all only one step away from high-level premier, your origin. Ji Shuyan raised her hand and said, I'm not. I just entered the premier realm not long ago. Apart from Shuyan, the rest of you should be able to convert about 50% of your energy at your current level. The rest will have to enter the high-level Yuansha realm. Also, because this is a new type of energy, it's different from all the energy you've come into contact with before. Your understanding and methods of handling energy in the past shouldn't be of much use. Treat it as a new type of energy. Be careful when you come into contact with it. Don't be impatient. Don't be in a hurry for quick results, because it will enter hell mode. I understand. Hui crossed his arms and nodded. Yun Nuashing shook her head. No, it will be 100 times more difficult. Don't ask me how I know. I have 196 types of origin energy, which is equivalent to 196 paths. I've tried 70 to 80 paths. I've only found 3 or 4 paths that are easier to use now. I still have to choose according to the characteristics of the origin energy. Everyone. They really wanted to know how he had walked so far. That's about it for now. The direction of this basic path is very clear. It should be enough for you to walk for a while. Yun Nuashing stretched and yawned. If you encounter any obstacles along the way, come and find me. I'll go and familiarize myself with the origin energy that each of you have mastered. I'll give you some suggestions then. Feng Qinghuang hurriedly said, Won't it be too troublesome? You're deliberately making time. It's not troublesome, and it's something that I need to do. Yun Nuashing shook her head and said, Originally, exploring the origin energy was one of my things. After all, I have to make the best use of everything. Even the sins of the world have to pay rent to stay here, let alone the origin energy. But, as you all know, there are 147 paths. Each path is the main path, and the remaining 49 paths are side paths. Walking too many paths will give me a headache. In order to avoid having to master all of them at once, I've only focused on increasing the degree of their origin energy. I've only focused on dealing with a portion of the commonly used origin energy. I've put the rest aside and haven't studied them in detail. We heard this and suddenly had an idea. How's your origin energy now? Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Don't use me as a model. I'm just curious. Okay, 80%. Wheeped. Everyone could not understand what was going on, but seeing Huidu's shocked expression, they thought that it must be very ridiculous. Huey's face twitched, his face full of shock. Wasn't it 60% card state before? How come? At the mention of this, Yun Nuashing's face became gloomy and gloomy. I've been strung up and moved around. I've been treated like a garbage station and stuff was stuffed into my soul. I've also been tortured by all kinds of indescribable things. I've come into contact with too many origin fragments. The most direct change is the change in the origin energy. Every time I forcefully break through the limit, it's when I'm the most convulsed. Everyone. So how did you get so far? Although this is part of the reason that origin fragments and whatnot, if I didn't deal with it subjectively, it wouldn't have caused such a drastic change. So, this is the result of my own search. After all, at this time, it's time to raise the most important power to the limit. It's time to break free from the shackles and raise the power without any scruples. At this time, I'm at my limit. Except for the origin energy of creation, I can forcibly raise the other origin energies to 90%. This is the limit that this part of the origin can bestow. As long as you have the conditions, you won't have this limit. For example, if you reach the peak of the premier, you can continue to move forward. I'm different. I'm stuck at this point. This is the disadvantage of the inheritance. Oh, right, the destruction energy is an exception. After all, the primordial origin has followed me out. When the other origin energies are raised to the limit, the destruction energy should be able to pull me to the same level as her. So in the end, I'm still her. That's what it means. Hui directly ignored his arrogant words and continued to put on a shocked expression. Have you become so inhumane? It's just that our energy levels are on the same level. When our energy levels reach the same level as hers, it means that we are holding the same weapon, and I can only wave it clumsily and stiffly, while she can precisely cut the great origin sector into slices of exactly the same thickness. I did it with all my strength and performed everything that I had to reach such a level. She, on the other hand, is just in a normal, peaceful state. You should understand it now that I've explained it to you. Yun Nuashing shrugged. And after all, it's a power that's pulled to the limit. It can only be used once in a lifetime. Everyone. Here it comes. They would not doubt the power of this thing when it was used. They only cared about whether there was anything left after he used this level of power. After all, when the time comes to use the Staff of Origin and the Staff of Creation, it will not do if it's not at this level. Don't worry. I will use this part of power at the most critical moment. By the way, it's also a reminder so that you don't have to worry. After all, I may be forced to leave the field after I use this part of power. By then, it will depend on you and Sui Feng to control the field. Okay, the declaration was over. This was a declaration that there was nothing left. It was in line with the idea of berserk, retreat, instant knockout. There was indeed no need to worry. By then he would become a ball. There was no need to worry. Yun Nuashing saw the complicated expression on everyone's face. He shrugged and smiled. I hope that when I wake up after I use this part of power, I can see ahem. Let's not talk about that. He laughed dryly and reached into his chest. He took out the World Core of Order and threw it in front of him. The concept space was covered in a pale gold color. He clapped his hands and said, All right, you guys can do it. There's still time. There's no need to rush. Everything can be done slowly. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui and the others who were preparing. He counted the number of people and found that a few of the new generation of inheritors were missing. Speaking of which, there are only 8 of you. Where are Dao Tian and the others? See, you immediately replied. When we came out, they were still in the domain of origin. They seemed to be focused on handling the energy of origin. We did not disturb them. We just left them a message. I think they will come out after a while, maybe. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and smiled bitterly. Sui Feng and the others are busy dealing with the fortress of origin. But that doesn't mean I have the energy to spare. Or rather, I'm very busy right now. I hope someone can come and help me. Yun Nuashing thought as he tilted his head and smiled bitterly. Sui Feng and the others are busy dealing with the fortress of origin. But that doesn't mean I have the energy to spare. Or rather, I'm very busy right now. I hope someone can come and help me. Yun Nuashing thought. But actually he felt that by the time they were familiar with this new thing, he might have done most or all of it. It was very sad. Life of toil, life of toil. While he was sighing inwardly at the ball of light in front of him, he suddenly felt a figure cautiously approaching him. It was really cautiously approaching. When the figure was about 2 meters away from him, it stopped and seemed to intend to sit there. He also turned his head at this appropriate time and looked at the frightened girl. He asked, What's wrong? Feng Qinghuang stuck out her tongue and rubbed her hands together. She calmly sat down and smiled. I feel that it will be easier to get close to Little Star. After becoming an inheritor, my influence should be weakened. Oh, there is another part. I heard from Sui Feng and the others that the first generation of inheritors can guide the second generation of inheritors. Oh, and the origin god can continue to guide the second generation of inheritors as well. Then it's fine. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he came to a realization and scratched his head. Speaking of which origin energy did you inherit? Feng Qinghuang suddenly fell silent. Yun Nuashing sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange and turned around. She saw that the girl was a little depressed. Yun Nuashing was startled. Look at you. You look like something went wrong. Is it not the power you want? The inheritance of origin energy was based on compatibility. However, compatibility was a matter of whether it was suitable or not. However, there were other ways of saying it was suitable. It was good to have the power that was suitable for oneself, but whether it was what one wanted or not was another matter. Looking at the depressed look on the girl's face, Yun Nuashing knew that although she had obtained a suitable origin energy, the path she took was probably not the one she wanted. Feng Qinghuang puffed her cheeks. She was silent for a while before she nodded. It is the origin energy related to blessing. In Yun Nuashing's impression, there were more than a dozen origin energy related to blessing. However, based on the aura that was faintly discernible from the girl's body, the image of the origin energy suddenly appeared in Yun Nuashing's mind. Cloud-like, cyan blue, profession support. Okay, there was one more profession support. At the same time, he also knew why the girl was so depressed. The 4 celestial gods each had the characteristic of blessing. He had not studied it separately. Anyway, all 4 celestial gods had the characteristic of blessing. Yun Nuashing had heard from the girl herself in the ancient times that her blessing was stronger. Therefore, it was not surprising that she encountered this origin energy. The problem was that this girl, well, she liked to charge into the enemy's ranks, probably because of his influence, so much so that she was now a little depressed when she was given the title of support by the source energy. Although support could also help her charge into the enemy's ranks, it was certainly not as great as the source energy obtained by Qing Jun, the guy who recklessly traversed a void. After all, the ability of this girl's source energy was for a group of people. The kind of support that could cover a void area was different from a single person's improvement. Not the same. By the way, this energy was the power of that girl. Yes, it was the girl who kicked him into the lake to let him take a bath. She was also busy building the infrastructure in the broken continent of origin. In fact, she was one of the people in charge. He did not know whether she could fight or not. Anyway, when she was beaten up by him, she was busy running away or hiding behind the youth. Oh, it seemed that the latter was probably a shield. If it was a shield, would it be related to Hui? He turned his head and wanted to confirm it immediately. However, Hui had already entered a state of mind. His energy was tightly covered. He could only put this matter aside and look for him to confirm it later. He turned around and hugged her. He stroked her long hair and said, "All right, it's a new power. It's just a new form of power. It doesn't mean that you have to change it completely. You can still continue on your original path. As for the origin energy, just treat it as the icing on the cake. There's no need to be too calculative." "That's right," Feng Qinghuang mumbled. She poked his back with her hands. "I'm still not happy. Originally, I thought that if I have the help of the origin energy that is related to direct combat, I can help you deal with direct combat. When I became the inheritor, I had already thought about the future." But Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. It was really because of this. He hesitated for a while and did not dare to confirm whether it was true or not. However, this worry was a little unnecessary. "Look at what you're saying. It's as if you can't go to the battlefield without origin energy. Have you forgotten how you've come so far in your own journey of growth? Besides, even without the power of origin, you'll become a high-level premier in the future and go further. It's also an important power. Besides, you've helped me with blessings before. Now that you mention it again, I kind of miss it. At that time, I was fighting in the front while you covered me from the side and cast blessings on me." Feng Qinghuang was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, she slowly raised her head and looked into his eyes. "Really? Of course. Yun Nuashing smiled and added in his heart, although he was not talking about in the past, but in the future. Looking at the girl's slightly relieved expression, Yun Nuashing suddenly said, "Could it be that because you want to play a role on the battlefield, you haven't used your part of the power related to blessing?" Previously, he had talked to Hui about the four gods. Although the power of blessed would be reduced after leaving the realm of the gods, it did not mean that it would disappear. He had not seen Feng Qinghuang use her blessed power. Well, looking at the girl's face, he understood. It seemed that she was thinking about it. Feng Qinghuang lowered her head and buried her face in his chest. She replied weakly, "Yes." "Well, you and see you. Both of you threw your blessed power aside. It was only after you became the inheritors that you were forced to pick it up in a hurry. Why did you two take such a strange path?" Yun Nuashing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Feng Qinghuang mumbled and pinched his waist. Seeing that he was about to fly into the air, she said, "It's all because of you. Look at Master Hui. He is obviously a shield, but when you turned into chaos, he launched a charge that was not inferior to Lady Green's. It's all because of you. We saw it clearly in the image." Yun Nuashing felt that he could not explain himself. He had indeed played a strange role as a leader. It seemed that the Order warriors of Node Zero were also more violent when they fought. Could it be that this was also... Well, it was probably also his influence. After calming the girl down, Yun Nuashing tugged at his long hair and looked at the ball of light in front of him. His mind sank to the bottom of the sea again. When the girl mentioned the chaos last time, it reminded him of the most important problem. He had to think of a way to resist the chaos corruption of the chaos concept body. No, not against the void frontlines, but against himself. He had already experienced it once, and if it happened again in the final battle, it would all be over. He had to think of a way. Chapter 1956. The corruption of chaos was probably the most hated thing for all life forms of order. Some warriors of order, who valued their so-called honor, even hated this trait of chaos so much that they gnashed their teeth. In the eyes of the life forms of those worlds, the honor of a warrior had the same status as life itself. Warriors who died in battle should have a peaceful place to return to, a peaceful place where they would not be disturbed by anything. This was very normal, and he also agreed with it. However, it could only be said in an era of peace and tranquility. In the war between order and chaos, such a view was nothing but nonsense. After all, chaos corruption was a trait that could turn all void spawns, whether they were dead or alive, into chaos spawns, turning them into the power of chaos. The purpose of this thing's existence was to make everything in the void restless. Everyone could guess what happened after that. The warriors who had left peacefully were dragged out of the ground by the chaos and turned into chaos spawns, launching their final assault on their family. The process was tragic, but the result was heroic as well. There were only a few 100,000 people left in the dozens of worlds. Most of them were probably killed by their own family members after they were transformed into chaos. Even if they were not, the chaos spawns that crawled out of the ground had torn a fatal hole in their line of defense, giving the other chaos spawns that were waiting outside a chance to attack the door openly. That was why cremation was very important. Ahem, I digress. This was something that happened in a certain middle realm, and it happened a long time ago. He only knew about it from the Academy of Discipline. When he learned about it, he rolled his eyes and ignored it. The warriors of order at the front line of the void had been dying and dying in those years of intense battle. They had gotten used to doing sit-ups in the spiritual temple, and it was something that was not peaceful in itself. It was a very normal thing, and order must have a way to ensure that their own warriors would not be decimated. Otherwise, how long could the void of order last if all the casualties from the chaos were to be forcefully reduced? Under the effects of the source laws, reviving a Yuan-Shi realm individual would take close to 3 eras. At this speed, without any means of reviving, how long would the Order warriors be able to last if they charged onto the battlefield like disposable consumables? Perhaps it was because this thought was too deep in his mind that he sighed when he saw what happened in the middle plane in the Academy of Discipline. The influence of culture was also deeply ingrained. If this thought could not be changed, this world could not be treated as the power of order. Order and chaos were basically the same. Chaos distorted order, causing both the living and the dead to not be able to rest in peace. The beings of order who were still fighting in order to maintain their combat strength had given the warriors who had died a method to revive. Even if they were dead, they could still get up and fight again after a few days. This method of causing the warriors to be restless was completely different from the way they wanted the warriors to leave in peace. Therefore, he felt sorry for it. This was the culture of other people. There was nothing much to say. After all, he was an outsider and had no standpoint. As long as they did not force their culture on him, an outsider, to accept it and did not cause any trouble, he would still respect their culture. He was not very clear about the outcome of this incident. Occasionally, he seemed to have heard a discussion among the higher-ups of the Order warriors. These hundreds of thousands of people had joined the front line of the void for the sake of revenge. They did not care about culture, honor, or peace. They only joined the front line of the void for the sake of defeating the scum on the other side. As for whether it was true or not, well, he had never seen these people. Just like the topic discussed a long time ago, those who talked about justice, righteousness, honor, and faith in the war between order and chaos as the only thing they could hold on to had either collapsed or turned into dust. There were probably not many who could recover and continue fighting after collapsing. This was a very cruel reality. There would never be peace, and there would never be an end to it. This was just an extension of the topic of chaos corruption. As it involved a dozen worlds, it was a rather typical incident. Therefore, a war of this magnitude would only destroy everything, from matter to spirit. Everything would be wiped clean, no matter how strong one's spirit was. The higher-ups of the front line of the void were all a bunch of hidden lunatics. They had their rationality crumbled again and again, and that was why they could hold on. Now all of them looked normal. It was just that there was no need to show it in such daily matters. Once they fought, they would know that there was not a single normal person, from top to bottom. He was also disgusted by the chaos corruption. The spawns of chaos were endless in the first place, and this trait allowed them to continue plundering power from order, turning the power of order that was charging at them a moment ago into the spearhead of order. It was disgusting. He had to admit that this ability to make people fight each other was just as disgusting as mind control. The death of a chaotic order warrior was actually not a big deal. It would be considered a severe collapse, and they could be revived after staying in the spiritual temple for a period of time. This had happened from time to time during the years of intense battles, and everyone was already used to it, so they did not feel any psychological burden when dealing with it. He was not particularly worried about this, but the most important thing was, well, he had finally gotten to the main point. Most importantly, he, an explosive, had already experienced chaos corruption once. He was worried that it would happen a second time, and if a chaos concept body was present to cast chaos corruption, he could not pat his chest and guarantee that he would not be chanted to the other side. As for the countermeasure, he had inscribed a bunch of passive anti-chants in his origin construct as a backup plan. He did not know if he could accurately trigger them or what the effect would be, because there was no way to test it. Even if he tried, he might die. Just in case, he still needed more preparation. As someone who was forced to hold up the banner of the Order Void, it would be over if he suddenly changed sides. That was why he should not make himself so important for no reason. He was so special that he did not even have a replacement plan or rescue plan that could be of equal use when he was not around. It was very distressing. Little star? Are you listening, little star? The feeling of a slight shaking and a weak, anxious voice that was trying to keep the voice low entered his ears. Yun Nuashing pulled his thoughts back from the abyss and slowly recovered. He opened his eyes, and a pair of deep blue eyes as deep as glaciers came into view. The cold air that wafted past him made him shudder unconsciously, and he recovered faster. Phew! You're awake. Seeing that he opened his eyes and recovered, Shuang Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at everyone who was focused on handling the origin inheritance. She whispered in his ear, "I've been calling you for 5 minutes. Seeing that you didn't respond, I didn't dare to make too much noise and disturb everyone. Oh, I was thinking about something. I was a little obsessed." Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyes, and the comfortable feeling of being surrounded by cold air made him unable to help but let out a breath. He looked at the frost that was dispersing. "What's wrong? What's the problem?" The words that Shuang Shuang wanted to say were pulled aside by what he had just said. She slightly frowned her blue and white eyebrows, stared at him, and whispered, "What were you thinking about just now?" "The corruption of chaos." Yun Nuashing reached out and pinched her long hair between his fingers. His eyes were still a little absent-minded. "I've made enough preparations for myself, but I still feel that something is not right. I still feel uncertain. I can't let the corruption of chaos drag me to the other side, but there's no good way to prevent it. I can only mess around and fumble blindly." Shuang Shuang's eyes rolled twice, and she whispered, "I have a way to. You want to use the structure of the origin life form and the imprint of the soul to share the burden for me, right? Rejected. I won't allow it." Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at her seriously. His colorful eyes were faint, but there was some dignity and determination that could not be denied. Shuang Shuang shrank her neck, lowered her head, and whispered, "How did you know?" Yun Nuashing opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Why? Because there was once an idiot. That was the life imprint that represented the characteristics of the origin life form. It was used to resist the corruption of the chaos concept body. To be honest, after Shuang Shuang had advanced into the high-level premier, she could do it. She could resist it for a while. He had speculated such a result. But, as the name implied, it was equivalent to exchanging her life for his. It was contrary to his original intention. "It's not to that extent. You don't have to do that." Yun Nuashing patted her head and sighed in his heart. This girl had reached the point of getting to the bottom of the origin life form and his own essence. She even knew about the existence of this thing. If possible, he did not want her to know. "When the time comes when I face the corruption of the chaos, you will definitely be there. The chaos concept will focus most of its power on me. On the other hand, I will also need to use all my strength to deal with it. By then, I will have no time to take care of you. You have to protect yourself. When I can't control the situation, help me to look after the others." This was a difficulty that he needed to overcome by himself. There was no way to rely on others. If he let others share the burden for him, it would only harm others. Moreover, he was the executor who had 196 types of origin energy. He should have a way. Seeing that the girl was still a little unhappy, he raised his hand and pinched her face. "By the way, you came to me because there is a problem with the origin energy?" Shuang Shuang heard him change the topic and sighed in her heart. She had no choice but to change the topic. "It feels a little stuck." Yun Nuashing was startled. He pinched her hand and released the same type of origin energy. Cold air flowed out from the two of them at the same time. A weak wind of frost swirled around them. White cold air gathered around them, mixed with the falling snowflakes. It rolled together with the ice crystals that floated out from the girl's body. It seemed like it was going to condense into an ice storm. Yun Nuashing's expression became very strange after he used resonance to check the girl's origin energy. They both started from 0. Qing Huang and Siyu had just started, but Shuang Shuang's origin energy had already transformed to 30% of her origin energy. The other aspects were also handled perfectly. According to Sui Feng, 30% was a hurdle, just like how the path after 90% of one's origin energy could only begin after reaching the pinnacle. It was a hurdle. Last time, Yun Nuashing was stuck at 60% for a long time. He was strung up, and had to undergo indescribable treatment before he could overcome this hurdle. It was a little indescribable. He was originally stuck in the realm, but he did not expect to forcefully overcome this hurdle because of these things. I digress. This girl is a little ridiculous. I wonder if it's because she's an origin life form. If one were to rank the countless life forms in the void, the origin life form's degree and speed of control over their own bodies would definitely be ranked first among the countless races. Whether it's their own energy, laws, structure, the origin of their structure, or the origin of their soul, no one in the void could surpass them when it came to the exploration of their own origin. He felt that it was the void's compensation. After all, they had been fighting with the void since birth, and only stopped when the void could no longer do anything to them. To hell with compensation. The void had no way to deal with them, so it could only let them do whatever they wanted. Wasn't it? All right, he had thoroughly witnessed the power of this origin today. This girl also had a lot of unreasonable characteristics. Yun Nuashing continued to guide Shuang's origin energy to resonate with himself. He asked, when your inheritance ended, did Sui Feng, and Sui Feng say anything? Shuang thought seriously for a moment and tilted her head in confusion. I think they said something about a generation, something. I didn't hear it clearly. Yun Nuashing was speechless. A generation? All right, that should be a generation of inheritors. This girl is indeed an origin life form. A high-level origin energy could guide a weaker origin energy. This was one of the aspects that Sui Feng and the others had mentioned before. It required the guidance of the superior to the inferior. It was also the fastest way to cross this hurdle. However, even without guidance, she would find a way to cross it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time and effort. Moreover, there was no difference between the two methods. And because there would not be any difference, he simply took the key to open the door and bring the girl over. There was no need to waste any effort. Thinking back to the time when he was torturing himself, pulling his hair and burning his brain every day, if it were not for the fact that he could not shed his hair, he would have gone bald. So why did he have to go through the inferno difficulty back then? Because there was no one to guide him. Well, it's about time. Sensing that Shuang's origin energy had crossed the hurdle, and seeing that the girl's eyes were sparkling as if she was thinking about something, he stopped guiding her and reminded her softly, the path of origin, structure, and energy origin are just the basics of the basics. Exploring the essence of origin energy is another main path. Before entering the next stage, I suggest you understand the characteristics of the origin energy that you have mastered. Every origin energy is a thing, and it is not something that can be understood by looking at it on the surface. You need to go deeper. As he spoke, he patted his head and shook his head with a bitter smile. TCH, you don't need me to worry about you. Anyway, I'm just reminding you so that you don't keep moving forward on one of the main paths and forget the other one that is equally important. Shuang listened carefully and nodded. She let go of Hao Ren's waist and was about to go to the side to continue tormenting the origin energy when she suddenly turned around and pulled Hao Ren to her side. She whispered in Hao Ren's ear, even if I don't use the seal of structure and soul, there are ways to reduce the influence of chaos corruption on you, and it won't affect me. Little star, if you need it, just tell me. With that, she floated to the side and sat down. In a second, she entered a state of mind, and a circle of 10 feet wide ice storm began to blow over her body. Ice crystal shards and energy snowflakes kept drifting around her. Yun Nuashing hugged himself and thought for a while, but still could not figure out what other way was. So he said that his understanding of the origin life form was actually just a little better than ordinary people, and deliberately reminded him to look for her. Well, he just felt that. Anyway, he put it in the backup plan first. If it really did not affect other aspects, he could use this backup plan. Right? Speaking of chaos, he remembered that before he fell asleep, he threw the chain used to bind them into the sea of energy. 20 years had passed, and it should have been fully charged. His consciousness immersed in the little pool of energy for a while. He reached out and grabbed the only foreign object immersed in it. With a tug, he pulled it in front of him. The chain did not change much, since before he threw it in. It still had the appearance of a shallow layer of purple and black. The origin runes and the like were hidden, becoming stars of different colors on the surface. Also, now that it was full of energy, it was releasing a darker light, and there were no more strange things on its appearance. This thing looks like it's full of energy. Is it ready? Is it ready to be used? Just as Yun Nuashing was worried about how to deal with this thing, he heard a voice from behind. Hui was yawning and scratching his head as he walked towards him. He looked like he had just woken up. Because of Shuang Shuang, he suddenly thought of this aspect. You have also completed the first stage of transformation. The energy source has completed 30% of the transformation. Hui held back his yawn and waved his hand with a wry smile. What? You made me dizzy. Take 2 steps and take a break. Now you're only 20% done. I remember you weren't that fast in the first stage, right? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. I groped my way through all the stages by myself. I cleaned up as I explored. How could I be fast? But you woke up at the right time. I have something to try. Hurry up and give it to me. I'm not doing it. Huey's face turned pale before he finished listening. His whole body flew backward, like a boomerang for 100 meters. He even made a turn along the way. After he landed, he pointed at him with one hand on his waist and shouted in his soul. Something big will happen if that thing is tied to me. I know that something big is going to happen. I'm not doing it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. I'm asking you to give it a try, and this is just a seal. How can something big happen? At most, you will be punished to stand there for a while to think about life. Or do you think I will take the opportunity to give you a Vientiane stars? Hui nodded vigorously. He wanted to rush over and give this indecent guy a whip. He cursed as he whipped him. Hui laughed dryly and walked back. He took the 2-meter-long chain from Maple's hand and clenched it tightly in his hand. He watched Maple step back a few meters and prepare for defense. He asked, "What should I do? Use this thing with all my strength? Or be merciful? Use all your strength. If the underworld wants to use this, they won't be merciful. I have to prepare in advance." Yun Nuashing began to mobilize all the energy in her body. Layers of energy barriers covered her body. The defense array was also ready. 3 layers of hundreds of arrays wrapped around her body. After she was done, she raised her chin at Hui. "You do it. I'm ready." Hui looked at the thing in his hand. His mind twitched and his thoughts went astray. He suddenly showed a strange smile. "Speaking of which, Maple, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Why don't I tie you up and give you to Blue Phoenix and the others? Tell me, attraction of all things and origin chaos. Choose one or both. If you don't choose, I will use Rule Order O energy form to give you a complete one. Ahem. I'm just kidding. Don't get so worked up." Hui laughed dryly and tightened the chain in his hand. Energy surged in his hand as he looked down at it. This thing doesn't seem to use much energy. After charging it in advance, all you have to do is throw it out. You don't even need to bring along the origin energy. Any heavenly god can use it. The threshold to use it is that low. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She thought that the threshold to use it was the same as the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin. More or less. Other than this, the only remaining hurdle is the problem of charging. This thing of yours was thrown into the sea of energy and charged for 20 years before it came out. Right now, it seems to be in a usable state and not fully charged yet. Both his face twitched when he said that. The sea of energy had been surging for 20 years, and yet it was not fully charged. How much capacity did this thing have? However, when he thought about it, since it was used to deal with chaos concept bodies, it was not incomprehensible. It was just that he felt a little scared. Prepare yourself. Stand firm and hold it. I'm throwing out. Is this thing supposed to be thrown? Yun Nuashing asked. Hui grinned and tightened the chain a few more times. With a soft cry, the guardian's energy surged into it and unleashed its maximum power. His right hand made a whip-like motion as he swung it. Before he could finish, it had already left his hand and turned into a black lightning bolt, appearing in front of Maple in an instant. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even though Yun Nuashing had been waiting for this moment with his eyes wide open, he was still stunned when it appeared in front of his eyes without any reaction. The speed was so fast that it startled him. His consciousness instinctively made a defensive counterattack. The nether void sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it. However, he did not intend to do so at first. Bang! A dull sound was the sound of the target being accurately hit. The clattering sound of the chain's rotation echoed in the space. He squinted at the sudden flash of light. After a moment, he quickly opened his eyes and was shocked by what he saw. The hundreds of layers of defense that Maple had deliberately set up were all rendered useless. He didn't even see his defenses shatter. It was as if they had melted away like snow falling into the sun. Even his subconscious defense was useless. He was still in the same position as when he swung the Nethervoid sword, but the soul chain had already struck him, trapping him in a translucent purple ball of light about 3 meters wide. Dozens of runes, divine patterns, and origin seals weaved together to form a ring-shaped seal chain that flowed and spun on the surface of the translucent ball of light. The two of them were a little stunned by the overlapping layers of seals. Maple! Hui shouted in his soul. He jumped and hurriedly ran over, circling around the light purple ball of light. Is there anything wrong? How do you feel? Can you still talk? Can you still jump around? Yun Nuashing raised his hand and moved it a little. Move. I think I can still move. I don't even feel the effects of the seal. I don't feel like I'm going to die right away, and I don't feel like my energy is going to drop. I can even attack. As he spoke, he picked up the Nethervoid sword and swung it forward with all his strength. A colorful sword light hit the light purple ball of energy, but it did not even cause a ripple. But I can't break it. This seal is a little too strong. You're outside facing me with a torrent of energy. Oh, forget it. Don't hit me. I know what I'm doing. Just hit me, and I'll pass. Yun Nuashing shook his head, halfway. What he said made Huey's eyes widen. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Can't I just touch you lightly? No, defense. Yun Nuashing shook his head, looking at the many types of energy that were faintly flickering on his body. His expression was heavy. I have no way to defend myself. Right now, I can feel that in this entire space, wherever there is energy gathering, there is a fatal threat. If the sea of energy below were to raise a wave and rush up, I would be dead. Perhaps saying that there's no way to defend is an understatement. I think the concept of defense has been eliminated. Right now, I'm like a piece of paper that will crack with a single touch. No, it might be even more serious. If the wind force of the storm caused by the energy is just a little bit stronger, I'll be gone. I'll be like a sand castle placed in the wind, blown apart piece by piece. Huey's face turned pale when he heard that. He quickly jumped back a dozen meters. Then he used the Guardian's energy to stack hundreds of layers of energy barriers around Maple's ball and sealed it. You don't feel better now? Hurry up and say something. I'm scared. I feel like you're using your power to avenge your personal grudge. You want to take the opportunity to kill me. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. In his senses, he felt as if he was placed in a box and carried into the middle of the god-destroying storm. Storms that could destroy the entire great primordial realm were blowing in all directions. The only reason why the box was safe was because the wind did not come over. He pointed at the hundreds of layers of barriers that Hui had stacked up and said, "Even this level of energy can make me die hundreds of times. It can even make me feel the smell of death." Huey's mind was filled with the words, "big trouble." He hurriedly lay on the energy barrier. "What do we do now? I don't feel like I can break the seal. Can you try to break the seal?" "I've been trying." Yun Nuashing tried to release his energy and tried to break the seal a few times, but the ladder did not move at all. I can't open it. I can't open it at all. Fortunately, the energy I used to break the seal won't kill me. Otherwise, I would have been dead when I broke the seal. Hui! This thing is really big. As expected of the heavenly god of origin, it's really troublesome. The seal has to last for half an hour. Help me keep an eye on it. Otherwise, I'll have to enter the spiritual temple. I guess I'll have to roll in, completely broken down. Huey's whole body turned gray. What kind of broken seal is this? Chapter 1957. The power of origin was very unreasonable, especially when it was used to deal with them. Look at this damned seal. It lasted for half an hour and broke the concept of defense. It was equivalent to clearing all defenses. At this moment, Maple was as weak as a piece of paper, let alone kicking him. Maple would be gone if he used his energy to shout. Although he had already accurately understood the power of the seal, he still had to shout, "What the hell? What kind of trash is this? Isn't it too unreasonable? After all, it's a power of that level. Isn't it very normal to be unreasonable?" Yunuashing spread her hands and sighed. He was talking about concept level power, and even more concept level power. This thing was completely unreasonable to them now. Even if he pushed the power of origin to the limit, he could not use concept level power. Huey's face was wrinkled into 4 or 5 layers. His mentality was cracking. Then what do we do? What can we do with this thing? Won't it be game over if the underworld smashes this thing on your head? Oh, don't be so pessimistic for now. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Even if I'm sealed, I can still move. Well, I can move while carrying the seal. But we can't be calculative about speed. And if I move rashly and accidentally bump into the energy explosion, I'll probably be dead. Anyway, I'm now in a state where I can report to the spiritual temple with a shout. Hui was speechless. This was a trashy game where one wrong step would mean the end of the calf. It was fine if one could not make a mistake in handling such a major matter in the void. But why couldn't one make a mistake in a real battle? They would occasionally have some small problems. Well, it was all thanks to Maple's slap that the reaction caused by the mistake was suppressed. So, the margin for error in the whole battle was quite high. After all, Maple was there to clear the field. To be precise, if Maple did not suddenly die, the whole battle could still go on. After all, he was the core of the battle. Now that Maple was walking on a tightrope in the battle, wouldn't that be... Oh, I seem to have found a way to break it. Fang's sudden words made Hui feel as if the sky had cleared up in an instant. The bright moon was in the sky, and his eyes were filled with stars. He was so excited that he bumped into the barrier and lay down like a toad. What method? The barrier that was suddenly hit by him began to tremble violently. Yun Nuashing was so scared that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly lay on the ground and cursed. "Don't hit this place, bastard!" Hui laughed dryly and hurriedly pressed down on the shaking barrier. I'm a little excited. Cough, cough, so what's the method?" When the barrier stopped shaking, Yun Nuashing stood up. She glared at him and said slowly, "It seems that using rule, order, energy form is enough. Using the energy that is constantly gathered and released when the energy converges and switches forms of energy. It seems that it can break through the seal. But, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She was a little embarrassed. If I used rule, order, energy form on the spot, it would take at least 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes. Phew, that's still manageable. Hui patted the barrier and said, "If it's only 3 to 5 minutes, it's still manageable. Don't underestimate us. Don't talk about 3 to 5 minutes. I was just thinking about how to hold on for half an hour when you had to make an emergency exit. I already have a clear idea. Do you want to hear it?" "No, forget about that." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "We just need to hold on for at most 5 minutes. But this way, well, we won't be able to use rule, order, energy form to rush into the arena. We will have to rush, and while maintaining our normal peak state, Huey's interest was piqued. Among the information he knew, there were some things that he was not clear about. Speaking of which, how did you manage to break through the seal when you switched forms? Is there a mystery behind it? It's what I just said, the constant gathering and release of energy. If you want me to elaborate, Yun Nuashing pinched her long hair as she organized her words in her mind. Because it's changing one's essence on the spot, changing one's essence from the beginning to the end. Well, the essence of an energy life form is actually an energy creation that contains a huge amount of energy and a huge amount of rule. The structure of a normal energy life form is a mixture of energy and rule, and the rule is like a glue. You know that, right? Hui nodded vigorously. Of course. When you're in this form, you're using the power of rule and order to hold up a frame, like a skeleton. Then you're filling it with energy that is in a state of frenzy. You've said that before. What's the point? Oh, you've said the point. When you use this form, you're changing the essence of an energy, life form from the beginning to the end. You're just changing your essence on the spot. To change from a normal energy, life form to this form, you need to gather a huge amount of energy and switch the form of energy. The energy stored in your body is used to accelerate the switching of energy forms, and most of it will be released during this process. It's like forcibly changing a generation. Something like that. Yun Nuashing scratched his cheek and looked at Hui. The essence of an energy life form is very heavy in terms of energy, rule, and order. Plus, my essence is related to the origin and carries the sins of the world, among other things. This heavy weight is constantly released when you switch the form of energy, constantly attacking the seal. It can forcibly break down the concept level power, even if it takes about 5 minutes. Hui thought for a moment. It feels like you're breaking yourself into a bunch of energy and using your life to break through the concept level power. If you really want to put it that way, you can say it like that. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. The process of releasing one's essence was equivalent to breaking oneself apart bit by bit. However, he was not purely breaking himself apart, but replacing as he did so. So the essence was actually just letting the energy life form use its essence to crush the concept level power. He glanced at Hui, who seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly said, Actually, you can also use this form of energy. Why not? No, 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 no. Hui waved his hand and shook his head so hard that afterimages appeared. He kept retreating, and his face was half white and half black. I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. The process of changing this form of energy is really, really, really terrible. The strength of the law, order, and energy form depended on the 3 things in this form. This thing was most suitable for Maple, and only Maple could do it, because before obtaining this power form, he had to go through a series of miserable and ungodly. It's very. Forget it. Let's not talk about those things. Let's talk about something more healthy. You want me to change this form of energy? I'd rather charge at the concept level of chaos. Huey's face darkened. This is not something a human would do. It's still too early for an order life form. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and mumbled. You also have origin energy now. I really think it's quite suitable. Isn't it just dying? Okay, forget I said anything. Recalling what he did at that time, he also had goosebumps. Although he got used to dying and dying, the process was still very painful. It was not something a human would do. Because he was not a human, he withstood it. Hui smiled bitterly. This guy shuddered just thinking about it, and he was still counting on others. Even Lady Green, who was fearless and reckless in the void, raised both hands in surrender when she heard it. Who would dare to do it? He did not know what kind of situation this guy was in to come up with this. It was a suicidal method. The problem was that he actually succeeded. Seeing his old buddy staying in the circle with his eyes closed and indifferent, we could not help but knock on the barrier. Aren't you going to change form and run out? There's no need? Yun Nuashing was stunned and shook his head. I've just been hanging here for half an hour. Almost 20 minutes have passed now. Using that form will shorten my lifespan. Cough, my status will drop. Even if I change form and immediately change back, my status will drop a lot, so there's no need. I'll just stand here for a while and come out. Huey's face twitched. You're fine, but I feel like my heart and liver are jumping around in fear that you'll be blown to pieces by the wind. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and poked the barrier with the Netherworld Ruins sword. There's still a while. Hang in there. Generally speaking, it's a good thing. If you know this in advance, you'll have a countermeasure if you get into trouble in the underworld. Yeah. Huey's face was gloomy. He could not help but smile bitterly. You crazy guy! I'll have to keep my eyes open and stare at you fiercely. I'm afraid that if I don't notice for a second, you'll be tied up and attacked by countless energy blasts. That's why our lives depend on you, Lord Guardian. Hui bared his teeth at the grinning guy. After that, I'll have to block the blade for you for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, the underworld will definitely gather billions of firepower and pour it on your face. This is equivalent to pressing me into the void and beating me up. Well, doesn't this highlight your importance? Yun Nuashing shrugged. It's just 5 minutes. Let them focus fire for a few thousand rounds, and it'll be over. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. When charging into the underworld, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. After all, he had poured in so much effort. It was impossible not to be worried. But when it came to what he was worried about, he felt that everything was fragmented and there was no way to express it well. You guys are fighting? A careful voice sounded from the side, making Yun Nuashing and Hui startled. They turned their heads and saw Yuan Kong looking at them with a strange gaze. A group of people behind her squeezed together and stood in a formation like an awl. They all stretched their necks and looked at them without knowing what was going on. Wow. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Hui had an overreaction and hurriedly smashed 200 large shields in front of him, once again surrounding Maple inside and outside. Everyone was stunned when they saw this huge reaction. They subconsciously retreated a few meters, and the expression on their faces was even more stupefied. Siyu couldn't help but ask, Lord Hui, did you bully Little Star? Hui had just walked out of the trapped foam when he heard this. He was so anxious that he jumped up. In this void, other than the 2 groups of people standing at the top, who can bully your little star? If he doesn't press me into the void and the primordial void and beat me up, I'll be lucky, okay? Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. However, they had clearly seen Yun Nuashing being trapped inside and unable to move at all just now. Don't touch him now. Really, don't touch him. If you touch him, he will explode. For safety's sake, I trapped him. Hui saw everyone's strange expressions and hurriedly explained. He will be fine in a few minutes. Stay away from him now. I will explain to you later. Just stay away from him now. Don't touch him. Don't even touch the energy barrier. Everyone understood. Anyway, someone often wanted to explode. So it wasn't that they couldn't understand why he used such a heavy defense. This was to isolate him from the outside world. Hui was worried about the situation inside. After the target left his line of sight, he didn't know if it was stable or safe. After thinking for a while, he put layers of barriers on the outside. 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside, trapping Feng inside into a huge sphere that was thousands of feet wide. It seemed to be sealed securely. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He turned his head and explained to everyone who was full of curiosity and confusion. Actually, Feng is a bit of a masochist, so when this sentence was said, everyone was stupefied. Regardless of the cause and effect, as soon as the sentence came out, it was certain that someone was going to be in big trouble. Although after listening to the cause and end of the matter and reflecting on it, they really felt that this was a bit weird. It was just a feeling and a thought. They couldn't say it out loud. Anyway, it's just a test. Prepare your defenses in advance so that you won't be caught off guard. It's not wrong to prepare well in terms of defense, but I'm afraid it's impossible to guard against them. Hui held his forehead and shook his head. We can only defend based on what we know they may have, but the truth will only be more difficult to guard against. There are more things that we don't know, such as how many kinds of power and relics of the primordial god they have in their hands. That being said, the primordial relics that we know they may have in their hands are enough to give us a headache. The horn of order, the staff of origin, the soul chain, tons of energy bars. These things were already a little painful without even thinking about it. Auxiliary type, attack type, energy type, almost a set. God knows if they have more primordial relics. A dozen eras had been wandering in the void, looking for them, and maybe counting the dozen eras of the previous era. Judging from this time, the underworld and them would probably have found a lot of things in the void. They had better raise the level of power in the hands of the other party by a few levels. By the way, why are you all up? Are you all confused as well? Hui came back to his senses and looked at everyone after he finished thinking about this. No, it's because we felt a strange energy movement. We thought something happened to Little Star when he was dealing with something, so we came back to check, Siyu said. Siyu said, seeing that everyone was nodding their heads. We could not help but laugh. It turned out that their interaction had woken them up. Just take it as a break. Feng Qing Huang whispered. Mei Mao kept looking at the layers of spheres. It's not too late to continue when Little Star comes out. A few minutes passed in a flash. Everyone gathered together to exchange ideas on the conversion and use of the primordial powers. Suddenly, heard a violent surge of energy. They turned their heads together. The layers of seals were opening from the inside. Yun Nuashing slowly walked out of it. Looking at his face, he seemed to be in a bad mood. He came up to Hui and said, Do you have to make 3,000 or 4,000 layers of energy barriers to seal it? This. I was scared by your serious words. Hui smiled and shrunk his neck. His eyes fell on the chain wrapped around Feng's left hand. How's this thing? The energy has been used up. It needs to be recharged. Yun Nuashing raised his left hand and untied it. He could not help but sigh. This thing used up all the energy in one go. There was not a single bit left. It trapped him for half an hour. He raised his hand and threw the soul chain into the sea of energy. Looking at it, he could not help but say, The good news is that this thing can be used to kill a specific target if used at a critical moment. The bad news is that the underworld might have this thing too. After all, it is in their hands. And they were the ones who sent the underworld out to do the work. I can roughly guess that the underworld has this thing too. If they use it to kill me, I'll be done for. So Little Star will be protected by us. Siyu raised her hand and said excitedly, I'm very happy that you have this idea, but after discussing it with Hui, I think he should be able to handle it. So let's not talk about it. Yun Nuashing coughed lightly. His gaze swept across the group of people in front of him, and he slowly spoke out the plan in his heart. Actually, I plan to set up another tax system, a set of a tax system that can replace my existence. When I'm not around, when I suddenly disappear, it won't be so bad that there won't be any emergency measures. What do you plan to do? How do you plan to arrange it? Jing Yuanji asked. Yun Nuashing took out the Netherworld Ruin sword and stabbed it into the ground in front of him. He asked, Then who has the courage to take the Netherworld Ruin sword from me? Seeing that everyone was so excited, Yun Nuashing knew that he had asked for nothing. He quickly changed his words. Ahem. Okay, I have to see who is more suitable for the Netherworld Ruin sword. This is a very important matter. Hui scratched his head. Are you going to teach the 3 styles of nothingness? Yun Nuashing glanced at him and asked, Are you going to learn rule, order, energy, form? No, it's impossible. The answer is the same as above. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and flicked the blade of the Netherworld Ruin sword. The 3 styles of nothingness is not something that can be used just because you want it. This is an indiscriminate attack that uses the self of the energy life form as an energy pouring point. Well, let me give you an example. A normal energy life form is a very well-sealed box filled with energy. It is waterproof, fireproof, burglar-proof, and leak-proof. When the 3 styles of nothingness is released, the box has to go from being completely sealed to being completely open. All the energy inside is ignited, and then it is released in an explosive form all at once until all the energy is released. Qing Jun's face twitched. Won't this destroy itself first? And that way, the body's energy recovery rate must be fast enough, even if the backup world is filled with energy. Otherwise, one would be exhausted and unable to fight after releasing it once. Xing LV also caught on to the trick behind it. Yun Nuashing nodded to them. So, if you want to learn to use the 3 styles of nothingness, you need to complete a lot of prerequisites. By the way, when I am in a normal state, I can skip my own restrictions and directly release the energy in the backup world. This can ensure that my state will not be good and bad. Xing LV's face twitched, and he asked with overflowing curiosity, "How do you do it?" Well, it's very simple. Remove a part of your own structural source and soul source. Put them all into the world light cluster that has just completed its initial evolution in the portable space or soul world, and cultivate it from scratch. When the world light cluster grows to a certain extent and tends to stabilize, you have to manually disassemble it once again, let it enter a chaotic state again, and continue to use your own structural rules to deal with it. By the way, put all kinds of fragments derived from the world light cluster into your own structural source to evolve for a period of time. After that, pull it out before it ends its chaotic state again. Find a stable place to put it back, and then forget it, don't talk about it. Xing LV was sweating profusely and hurriedly waved his hand. Everyone was also sweating profusely. In short, they understood that it was to use all kinds of methods to strengthen their connection with the world light cluster. We shrugged and gave them a C. I knew it wasn't a healthy topic look. Let me explain. It's using one's own essence to constantly change the structure and rules of the world light cluster. It's more convenient to have the world core. Using one's own essence to change the world core will do. There are a total of 10 to 20 steps, progressing step by step. Along the way, one can also expand the world light cluster. Everyone was speechless. Well, that sounded very tempting, but they all felt that there was either a frightening price to pay or a lot of hard work that could not be dealt with. The root of the structure, the root of the soul, and the rules of structure were things that involved one's own essence. Every touch was actually a pain and agony, and it was the same for every change of essence and every action. That was also why many people in the void frontline did not like to touch their own essence, and only walked down one path according to their own life form, not intending to change it, because the process was very painful, and the time it took was also very long, measured in hundreds of millions of years. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Back to the topic, let's not talk about the world light cluster first. The 3 styles of nothingness sounds very troublesome, right? In fact, as long as you completely master rules, order, and energy form, all the preparations are complete. Everyone stepped back and waved their hands vigorously, saying in unison, No. Yun Nuashing pouted and looked at them helplessly for a while. Then she sighed and patted the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Then you can try the Netherworld Ruin Sword and see who is more suitable. Green immediately took a step back. I'll pass. Lord Phone, I don't mean to resist. I'm very interested in a new attack system. But I'm used to beating people with my bare hands. If you suddenly want me to hold a weapon, I find it troublesome to carry an energy tower. Xing LV also waved his hand and shook his head. I play with fire, not with swords. Hui helplessly spread his hands at Feng. I have to carry a shield to protect you. Yun Nuashing's face was dull. She could only look at the remaining girls. But then she thought carefully. Yuan Ji, Siyu, Shuang Shuang, Yuan Kong, and Ji Shuyan were all masters of energy. They focused on energy output and did not change their paths. Little Angel? Oh, that was a professional support. Then there was only one left. He had just turned his gaze when Blue Phoenix understood the situation. She shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She walked forward and held the Netherworld ruined sword. She looked at him and smiled softly. Let me do it? Yun Nuashing patted her head and sighed. I'll have to force you. I gave the Netherworld ruined sword to Blue Phoenix when I was doing that. As for the rest, Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui and the others and sighed. Forget it. You can fight at your own pace. It seems that the other half of the attack system will be handed over to you, masters of energy. Yun Nuashing looked at the remaining girls and put one hand on her waist. If you have your own plans, you can tell me. I won't count. Big idiot, what's the other half for? Yuan Kong raised her hand and asked like a good student. It's to carry 18 billion spell formations and various types of strengthening energy. It's to unleash a torrent of energy into the void. It's to suppress the enemy with overwhelming attacks and attack frequency. Everyone was speechless. They understood now. The so-called new attack system meant that when he couldn't fight, this set of attack system would replace him and attack at about the same level. The current situation was that his attack system was divided into two parts. The melee attack system was handed over to Blue Phoenix, and the hundreds of millions of spell formations and various types of energy attacks were handed over to the other part. It was quite humane. Since there was no way to have just one person go up and achieve the same level of effect, it was divided into two parts and left each person in charge. However, even if these two parts combined couldn't achieve the combat strength of one observer, they would at least need to achieve the combat strength of 8 observers in order to have any practical value. Just this alone sounded quite daunting. Wasn't it enough to just arrange everyone's position? They would also have to use all sorts of methods to deal with and specialize in every aspect. This wasn't something that could be done so easily. Hui wiped his sweat. In short, we need special training. Oh, it's not that fast yet. Yun Nuashing nodded. She looked at Blue Phoenix and the others who were a little nervous. For now, you just need to continue dealing with the origin energy. I'll come and talk to you when the time is right. Oh! By the way, Blue Phoenix, during this period of time, you should hold the Netherruin sword until you can put it into your soul. You've been with me for a long time. The Netherruin sword has more or less been tainted with your aura. This step shouldn't take too long. Hui pricked up his ears and immediately showed a holy expression. I understand. This is to let the sword familiarize with the wielder so that the wielder and the sword can become one. In short, the sword's power will increase greatly. No, it's to let the Netherruin sword familiarize itself with Blue Phoenix's aura. It won't be too weak to squeeze her dry with one slash, or it will simply throw the wielder away. This thing treats everyone equally that it's not familiar with. One slash can take the enemy's life, but also your own. Everyone. This was very realistic. Also, even if it's someone familiar with it, it will still take half of their life. This is a huge energy user. Why do you think I prepared so many backup world light balls? It's because I'm a huge energy user, and I still have a lot of things on me that don't save fuel. If I don't prepare so much backup energy, it will be gone in just 2 seconds of charging into the battlefield. Everyone. After all, it was an origin relic. It was only at this time that she hoped that the lamp would save some fuel. I remember that in the 100 billion years after I died, you used the Netherruin sword to release a pseudo-infinite primal chaos. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked at Hui. Actually, it's the strengthened version of order. Holy shock. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Then his expression changed. Oh, so I was directly squeezed dry that time, right? No wonder it used up so much of my energy at once. Everyone. Chapter 1958. The emergence of a new offensive system and the completion of personnel meant that there was one more thing to deal with on the itinerary. Although it was often said that there was no end to things and that it would never be done, it was easy to see upon careful counting that everything was proceeding swiftly and smoothly. Everything was moving forward without pause towards that final moment, and even if the overall speed was rather slow, progress was still progress. That much was undeniable. As for the things that were done, and those that were crossed off, there were many as well. After all, many things had just passed, and the void front line was still undergoing a period of rapid improvement. There were many new things and things that had just ended, and a conservative estimate was that this period would last until the day they charged into the underworld. Any new event that occurred in this period would mean that their combat power would rise again. For example, the newly completed Level 1 energy tower. After many years, they had said that it would be done in a dozen days after waking up. However, because they were dissatisfied with this, that did not go smoothly, that did not work, and that was not perfect, it dragged on for dozens of days. And today, finally, it was done. Boom! The vast and colorful energy torrent swept across the sky of the observer space, and a huge energy torrent that was 1,000,000 miles wide drowned the sight ahead. There was also a circle of reddish-black spiral energy on the energy torrent, and the special aura of destruction that overflowed made it look particularly powerful. The entire energy torrent continued to release forward for half a minute before it suddenly stopped. Such a vast energy torrent disappeared in an instant, and it caused a roar in the observer space before it slowly dissipated, leaving a huge crack in the ground. The observer space had been connected to the land of nothingness. Hui stretched his neck and watched the energy torrent dissipate before he put down his hand and began to mutter. A total of more than 1,000 energy barriers were destroyed, but it was blocked in front of the 1,447th barrier. This thing is really a bit ruthless. He turned his head and looked beside him. Maple was reaching out and pressing on a pillar. It was the same size as the second level energy tower, tens of thousands of feet tall. As for its outer appearance, the lower half of the tower did not change, but the upper half, the shape of the spire, had changed into it looked like 2 tuning forks put together. In the middle of these 2 tuning forks was the energy core. It had just finished its energy surging state, and now it looked quite restless. The overall structure of the core was borrowed from the second-generation creator's core, and I did my best to adjust and strengthen it to the best of my ability. At present, it has reached the peak of what I can do, but it can still be improved. Yun Nuashing watched as the energy torrent dissipated, pinching her hair as she muttered those words that made Hui think for a while. What do you mean by reaching the peak of what I can do, but it can still be improved? Yun Nuashing glanced at him and sighed. Personal energy towers. In the past, personal energy towers were modified on the basis of Level 1 energy towers. Have you forgotten? The Level 1 energy towers of the new generation also retain this function. Apart from personal energy towers that can be modified into more special energy towers, these additional modifications to energy towers cannot be mass-produced, so it can only be used as a personal trump card. The advantage is that it can increase the limit a little. We let out a long, oh. This was turning mass-produced weapons into personal weapons that were of a higher level and had part of their own essence and special powers. He had forgotten about this matter. After all, he had only made 2 or 3 personal energy towers in the past. Personal energy towers and special energy towers could only be done separately. This is actually the 3rd enhancement, right? Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded in response. The core of the structure is the first layer, which is the foundation. The 2nd enhancement is to strengthen the core of the structure, which is still the basic level. The enhancement is still on the structure. No matter how these 2 steps are changed, it is still within the scope of mass production. As for the 3rd enhancement, to put it simply, it is putting a personal label on it. Everyone has to figure it out by themselves. Their own understanding of their creation, Their own understanding and cognition of their own essence and characteristics will affect the third enhancement. But the power of a normal level 1 energy tower should be enough. You have just estimated the power. How is it? Hui pinched his chin and thought for a while before snapping his fingers. A level 1 energy tower for a beginner premier is not a problem to kill a beginner premier. Maybe I am being too confident, but it is definitely not a problem to break the defense. Well, the opponent also has his own domain and various enhancement methods, so the actual situation may be a little lower. Even he himself was a little fearful when he said the result, and kept muttering inwardly. By the way, Feng, isn't this level of mass production a little unreasonable? I feel that this thing is just, isn't it too weird? Could such power be mass-produced? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Let me ask you, who is our enemy? The underworld, the backwater dog, and the chaos concept body, collectively known as the power of chaos. Hui replied by reflex, before pausing for a moment and smiling bitterly. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Do you think that one tower alone could cause graze damage to the chaos concept body? No, let alone one tower. Even if all the energy towers and order warriors were to be fully equipped, with the current void frontline and the combined power of all energy towers and order warriors, a single energy torrent would barely be able to break through the defenses of a peak primeval, let alone damage the chaos concept body. Don't compare the mass-produced weapons we use for our final attack with the basic power of the underworld. We're not dealing with the shrimp soldiers on the other side. What's the use of killing 100 million high-tier premiers? What's the use of killing countless chaos spawns? If we can't get rid of the generals on the other side, we still can't escape defeat. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and sighed. From the beginning to the end, I have been increasing my strength based on the goal of dealing with the chaotic concept body. No matter how many cannon fodders there are, they are still cannon fodders. The enemy is a peak high-level Yuanshi, a pinnacle Yuanshi, and a chaotic concept body. These are the core forces close to the top and the true top forces. They are the targets we have to use all our strength to deal with. If we are stopped halfway by the cannon fodders, we understood, just like how the other side must have racked their brains to come up with 100 plans to kill Maple. Maple was also desperately accumulating power to kill the important targets on the other side. Dealing with the chaos concept body was definitely the top priority. The rest were the premier heavenly deities of the underworld, such as the Lord of the Underworld, and the guardian that the underworld people mentioned intentionally or unintentionally. Feng, do you still remember the high-level primeval that you killed with your lesser spatial turbulence? Hui suddenly asked, his eyes darting around as if he was thinking about something. What's the level of the high-tier premier? Yun Nuoxing was startled. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? How can I be clearer than you about the high-tier premier? That's true. Hui scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He had found the wrong person and was asking for a snub. But if he were to judge by himself, it seemed that he was not particularly clear. What level of target could the lesser void turbulence that you guided kill? It was a last-minute move. I didn't calculate it clearly. I just instinctively and intuitively judged that it could definitely annihilate both him and me. So I did it. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She could understand Hui's concern. Are you trying to determine the level of the high-tier premier in the underworld? Something like that. After all, the guy who rushed out looked quite powerful. The high-tier premier who came out later didn't seem to be as powerful as that one. Hui nodded and subtly looked away. Although he was killed by you as soon as he rushed out. What about the price of 100 billion years? Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and shrugged. But now we can use a more straightforward way to kill him, and we don't have to pay the price. That's right. It's been so many years. Our strength has increased countless times, and we have gone through 2 large-scale renewals. We are no longer the same as before. Hui smiled as he looked up at the energy tower and brought the topic back. Let's not talk about that first. I don't think there will be any results, even if we talk about it. The first level of the energy tower has been completed. It's time to share the good news with everyone. Everyone at the front line is looking forward to it. Well, after all, I have delayed it for a while. Yun Nuashing patted the energy tower that looked like a combination of two tuning forks inside. Her eyes were a little gloomy. In the end, the first level of the energy tower still failed to achieve the expected results. Even after using the Staff of Creation's structural source and part of its structure, Hui was silent for a moment. He had a feeling that the problem was not with the energy tower. He could not help but pat Maple on the shoulder. I think it's because you have set the target too high every time, so you can only achieve the expected results. In this case, it's not bad to achieve the expected results, isn't it? Well, maybe that's the case. It's me who raised the expectations, step by step. Yun Nuashing held her head, shook her head, and laughed bitterly. Maybe I was too obsessed with the attack. We could not help but laugh bitterly. That was not just obsession. It was an obsession that was branded in the structural source and soul source. It was the meaning of life. Yun Nuashing circled the tuning fork energy tower twice and nodded to Hui. I've confirmed that there's no problem. Help me carry it to the creation room and arrange for some people to do some feedback on how to use it. Maybe in 2 days, I'll suddenly go crazy and think that I can change it. At that time, I'll hear some useful opinions. Maybe I can really strengthen it again. Okay. Take your time to think about it. I'll bring it over first. Hui shrugged. He already said that it was an intrinsic obsession. It was already a finished product, and he was still thinking about how to change it. By the way, you reminded me to remind you that the second and third level energy towers and the realm of order still need to be adjusted according to the appearance of the primal order. I've already said that. After Hui finished speaking, he shrunk the first level energy tower and put it in his pocket. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head after hearing the reminder. She really forgot about it. If she did not remind her, it would have taken her a while to remember it. But now, I've just completed the first level energy tower. Let's take a break first. She exhaled softly and walked to the space of the concept machine. Another thing had come to an end. While she was resting, she had to take a look at the situation on the other side. He also had to pay attention to the new set of attack system that had just been mentioned. The concept level space set up at the side was quiet. Everyone was still using their own methods to torment the primal energy. They were basically in a state of contemplation and enlightenment, so there was no particularly big movement. However, dozens of days had passed. They were no longer just holed up in the same place and did not do anything as they did at the beginning. Now, they were all using their own methods to experience the new things they had mastered. Yes, very quiet contemplation and enlightenment. This method was also very strange. For example, he did not know why Qing Jun dug a hole and put his head down in it to pretend to be upside down. Well, his own path was the most difficult and least efficient. His familiarity with the primal energy was stacked on top of each other, so he could not impart any experience in this regard. Everyone was now studying their own methods to familiarize themselves with the primal energy, thinking that the path they had taken should be much better than the one he had been forced to choose. So he took a few more glances at Qing Jun, who was pretending to be upside down. He grinned and struggled internally for a while. Finally, he let himself ignore this scene and walked towards Qing Huang and Siyu. Qing Huang was still familiarizing herself with the Netherruin sword. She held the Netherruin sword in her arms and constantly released the primal energy. Like a wandering soul, she wandered around the area with listless eyes. It felt almost like she was sleepwalking. Siyu was sitting on the edge of the area with a pile of books beside her. There was also an open book on her bent knees, but her attention had obviously been diverted elsewhere. She was looking at Qing Huang in a daze, and her gaze followed the latter as she wandered around the area in front of her. He quietly leaned over and sat down next to Siyu. Seeing that she was still in a daze, he could not help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Siyu finally came back to her senses. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that it was a little star looking at her. She stuck out her tongue and said, "I feel that my cognition is a little confused. There are some things that I can't distinguish clearly. Well, I'm confused. About the primal energy? About the creation? Well, no. Well, it's all about it, but it's not purely." This ambiguous answer surprised him. He thought that this girl had also become muddle-headed from studying the primal energy for too long. Now that he heard it, he could not understand what she was talking about. "So what exactly is it?" Siyu closed the book on her knees and patted it. She sighed and said, "I'm thinking about Qing Huang." Yun Nuashing glanced at the cover of the book and instantly understood. "Oh, it's a book I brought back from the third elemental world. It's a book about the myths of that world. What did you read that made you think of Qing Huang?" Siyu thought for a while and put away the book next to her. She moved her body and leaned against Little Star. She whispered, "Little Star, what exactly is Qing Huang?" Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard this. He was a little confused by this question. "Blue Phoenix is Blue Phoenix." "Well, I didn't say it clearly." Siyu shook her head. She pulled his long hair and her long hair and twirled it like a bracelet. "Is Qing Huang a vermilion bird or a phoenix?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a good 10 seconds. He went through the girl's words in his mind and translated it for himself. Before his brain stopped working, he sorted out the real meaning of what he guessed that this girl might want to say. Then he came back to his senses and said, "A vermilion bird is a vermilion bird, and a phoenix is a phoenix. There is no vermilion bird in the realm of the gods." "Then what about the 8th elemental world?" "It seems to exist in a very specific place. Hui seems to have seen it before. I also heard it from him. When he comes back later, you can ask him." "Well, the vermilion bird might not necessarily be the vermilion bird. After all, the world is different." Yun Nuashing tilted her head and put it on Siyu's head. "Why did you suddenly ask this question?" "Well, I read it in a book. It's a strange understanding." Siyu mumbled. Then she said softly, "I feel that Qing Huang's characteristics are similar to the phoenix and the vermilion bird, but it seems to be more than that." Yun Nuashing seemed to understand. "You read the information in a book from another world and confused your understanding?" Siyu nodded vigorously. He finally understood what the little girl was troubled about. So he went along with her chaotic thoughts and said, "According to what you know now, the phoenix," I'm referring to the phoenix of our family, the celestial realm. "According to the folklore you read, she does have the characteristics of the vermilion bird and the phoenix. She also has the characteristics of another life form. But even so, it's not accurate, because if you look carefully, you will find that she is not exactly the same as the other three." Siyu's face was filled with confusion. "It feels weird. Why is it like this? How is it weird? I feel that it's very normal." Yun Nuashing reached out and stroked Siyu's head. Then she slowly explained, "This is a story from another world, not our story. You don't think that just because something has the same name in 2 worlds, it has to be something of the same kind, do you?" Siyu thought for a moment and shook her head. "It's just a name. There are many people with the same name." No, but this is a more. Well, it's a representative thing. This kind of special thing. Well, generally speaking, it should be. Well, it's about the same? So, you're thinking about it wrongly." Yun Nuashing scratched her head and explained, "There's nothing special or representative about it. The void spawns born in the void. To put it bluntly, their uniqueness is limited to their own world, their own planet, their own civilization, their own culture, even their own worldview. So you should be able to tell. To the void, there's nothing special about it. The most special thing between them is that their names are the same. You've been to the Academy of Discipline many times, so you should be able to understand." Siyu tilted her head and looked at him, nudging his shoulder a couple of times. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, but continued to explain, "What's recorded there is the culture and history of the countless worlds in the void frontline. There's too much, all recorded together. To us, it's just a story to skim through, and unless it's necessary, we wouldn't put in the effort to understand it. How would we have the time to understand and recognize so much? Moreover, leaving aside the worlds of other worlds, it's not easy to understand our own world from start to finish, from creation, mythology, and history. It would take decades to gnaw on the world core. It's the same for the stories of other worlds as well. Even if other worlds are much smaller than the realm of gods due to various reasons in terms of size and rules, which might give you the illusion that the world is too small and less can happen. That's not the case. No matter how small a world is, as long as it has a corresponding level of intelligent life, its existence would be elevated to a whole new level. The longer it exists, the greater the elevation. To put it bluntly, it's enough to understand your own world. If you want to interact with the outside world, you would have to make a distinction, using your own world's knowledge to deal with your own world, and using the knowledge of other worlds to deal with other worlds. Every world has its own culture, after all, and it's impossible for them to be the same. You would have to use the knowledge and perspective of the corresponding world to view the history, culture, and story of the corresponding world. If you have to forcefully put the matters of several worlds together, then you could only— Siyu looked up at him, slightly. Only. Regardless of the level of the world, everything will be compared and judged on the level of the void. Everything will be summarized and arranged on the world stairway, void stairway, origin stairway, and primordial realm stairway. Those names have the same meaning. They're all stairways that you understand, but they're called different names. Then there's a lot to be said. If you put everything in the greater primordial realm together for comparison, then there's a lot to be said. The 8 primordial realms used to belong to the same place. Now that they've been split into 8, the components of the original greater primordial realm that they obtained are different. Therefore, they're destined to be different. The worlds that they were born in, the void derivatives that were born in their void, and all the perceptions that were born in them are destined to be different. As for the 8 primordial realm, as the largest remnant of the former greater primordial realm, it plays a stabilizing and guiding role in the new greater primordial realm. This is what I heard from them. Didn't they say a long time ago that due to the influence of the shadow information, the various primordial realms are different from each other? In fact, that's the influence that the 8 primordial realms have on the other primordial realms. It's a necessary influence to stabilize and guide the situation of the various primordial realms. It's also because of the existence of this influence that the various primordial realms have things that seem to be the same but are not exactly the same, but they are still different things. Therefore, if you really want to mention the existence of the same name, you might as well add the name of the world you belong to in front of it. The divine realm, 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 the phoenix. In short, if you want to seriously care about these things, it's best to use the knowledge of the same world to deal with the matters of the same world. If everything is summed up on the world ladder, it will be too complicated. There are too many things, and it's quite troublesome to just classify them. I often get these things mixed up. After he finished speaking, he saw Siyu's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, why are you suddenly tangled up in these things?" Siyu immediately gave up thinking. Her pretty face became extremely tired in 5 seconds, and her face turned dark. She looked up at him, and then quickly lowered her head and snuggled in his arms. Her voice was overflowing with depression. The original energy of the God of creation, to be familiar with it, to know many things, the essence, characteristics, the root, is very troublesome. The brat was in a daze, and he wasn't particularly clear about it. Probably he tried to use his knowledge to translate her words. Perhaps it was because it involved the creation of things, and the investigation of the essence, characteristics, and root of countless things needed to be very in-depth. Simply put, the more she knew, the better. This brat was relatively weak in this aspect, and she didn't have much contact with these things. So now she was cramming her knowledge in this aspect. As for why she started to read books from the lower realm, well, he didn't know and he couldn't tell. Perhaps it was necessary. The world of the lower realm also belonged to other worlds. No matter which primordial realm it was still another world. In short, she was just supplementing her knowledge. After all, the more she knew, the better. She was the inheritor of the God of creation. Perhaps when she matured, she would need to carry the difficult path of the creation of order. Walking on this path, it was necessary to know the countless things in the void. He felt that he seemed to know why the God of creation always liked to talk to the void. If it wasn't because of the millions of things in the void, it could only be crazy. Anyway, sooner or later, all of his hair would be burned off. He looked down at the brat, who was so distressed that smoke was coming out of her head. Oh, she was rubbing against his clothes so hard that smoke was coming out of her head. He quickly pressed her head down. Looking at the depressed face of the brat, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if she would obediently take over this path when she was really proficient in using the original energy. Speaking of which, would it still be useful when the time comes? There should be, right? There should be, right? It could be considered as the third transformation of the creation of order, right? Little Star's energy has been replenished enough. After a while, Siyu broke free from his arms. She crawled 2 steps to the side with a pale face and threw a bunch of books around her. She casually opened a book and buried her face in it. I'm going to eat a book. Little Star, don't talk to me. If you talk to me, I won't be able to control myself. Yun Nuashing. The characteristics of the original energy of the God of creation. The way to explore and master the characteristics of the original energy of the God of creation was really strange. He didn't know why, but he immediately thought of Qing Jun, who was still there. Sure enough, they were all very strange. Chapter 1959. Every origin energy had a different way of dealing with it, be it basic training or mastery of various essences and attributes. Every one of them had their own requirements, and Joshua was well aware of that. After all, he carried 196 origin energy with him, and every one of them had their own requirements. Although he had concluded that there were 4 or 5 general paths, they were actually paths that were pieced together from many other methods and were universal, just like the path of divinity carriers. Those 4 or 5 paths would be able to cope with 80% of the requirements of the 196 origin energy, but it would definitely not be as good as their own path. Moreover, with different understandings, the situation of the path would naturally be different, and even a single path could go awry. Therefore, he was not at all surprised by the bizarre responses everyone had come up with, and could calmly watch even if it was a little more bizarre. Well, just by looking at them, not to mention the fact that he himself was someone who only started out halfway, and all the paths he took were all hell difficulty paths, so he would not blindly point the way and mislead the others into a trap. After all, they were still inheritors who had received proper legacies, so they would definitely be more. Well, they would take fewer detours than him who broke into hell difficulty halfway. With the beginning of the path completed, all that was left was to wait for them to slowly grow. Still, he would not sit idly by if there was anything they needed help with, since it was not a troublesome matter anyway. You've been blessing me nonstop for half an hour, layer upon layer of blessing. I feel so refreshed now that I could fight 2,000 rounds of boxing with the chaos concept form. Yun Nuashing's face was filled with melancholy and sadness. He was now standing in front of the blue phoenix, his azure wings flapping freely against the wind. Both his body and the azure wings were glowing with an exceedingly conspicuous layer of green-blue light that floated around his body like a cloud. After combining with the original radiance of his body, his entire body glowed with a sparkling light, and just like Little Angel in Frost, he kept releasing powdery energy shards. But that was not all. Because of the surging energy of these two parts, his azure wings were covered with a wide energy membrane. The multicolored and green-blue luster kept surging, making him look like a giant moth. Coupled with the energy movement in his body, he felt that if he pulled out the initial light for a spin, all the abyssal death mist spawns in the void front line would lose control and run toward him as fast as they could. No different from fighting for food in a cafeteria. This is this part. What is this? And this is... Little star, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Blue Phoenix circled around him, reaching out to pinch little star's azure wings from time to time, grabbing his hand and fiddling with it. She even opened his eyelids and stared into his eyes, and after a while poked her finger into his throat. No, he did not understand what the girl was doing at all. He only vaguely felt like he was being strung up and watched by more than 100 heavenly gods of origin that day. He had a feeling that it was not something serious, but seeing how focused the girl was, he did not say anything. He took back his words. This was troublesome. He was now standing in front of Blue Phoenix, like an experimental organism. Speaking of which, why did she have to dig his throat, pull his eyelids, and pull his tongue to observe his blessing? He always felt that the girl was playing with him. Exploring the essence of blessing is so troublesome. After Howren could not help but emphasize it once more, Blue Phoenix finally told him the reason why she was busy here. The realm of order uses the energy gathered by the realm to gather the energy of a large entity that is pieced together by multiple nodes on a corresponding target, thereby strengthening one or more targets. Therefore, the realm of order itself consumes a large amount of energy. Usually, it uses the energy of the realm of order to condense the energy of the realm of order. In addition, the realm of order itself recovers its energy through the void. In other words, it consumes the energy of the realm of order to strengthen the corresponding target. What do you mean by nothing to do with me? Yun Nuashing's face twitched. You mean you don't need to consume any energy? Blue Phoenix nodded slightly, her face full of confusion. Yes, I don't need to consume any energy, but this kind of strengthening is related to me. Little Star, what do you think? Yun Nuashing clenched his fist. I feel like I can tear down the underworld. Blue Phoenix, he waved his hand and his expression became more serious. Then, where does this part of power come from? I can clearly feel that there is a very obvious increase in power. It is also mixed with your origin energy. I don't know. Maybe I need to try in all aspects. Well, I need to consume some energy. Blue Phoenix raised her head slightly and looked at him. She blinked her crimson eyes. Little Star, why don't you spar with me? For a while? Yun Nuashing. Don't mess around. I obviously can't beat you if I don't use some strength. If I want to use strength, I will have to change the form of my power. When the time comes, I won't be able to control myself. You can bully me as much as you want. Blue Phoenix stuck out her tongue and stretched out her jade finger to poke at his stomach. But just looking at it like this doesn't make anything clear. Why don't I go to the realm of order and give everyone a blessing to try? I suggest that you don't directly experiment with an unfinished product. Yun Nuashing shook his head and rejected her suggestion. He watched as Blue Phoenix tugged at his arm and tried to think of a way. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Forget it. You can just torture me. Let me spar with you. I will do my best to control myself. You should also watch yourself. Wait, don't beat me to death. I won't. Blue Phoenix smiled and reached out to pinch his cheeks. I can't bear to. Consuming energy and energy was quite easy. Actually, it should have been quite easy. However, in order to deal with some abnormal matters, he had no choice but to change himself into an abnormal model. His own energy capacity was large to begin with, and he also carried a large number of world lights with him. Oh, he could cut off the world lights for now. However, even if he only used his own energy capacity and didn't use law order, energy form to increase his combat strength to the maximum. He would still need to fight for a long time before he could expend a significant portion of his energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to exhaust a team. Maple, Maple, are you free? The sudden shout in this place stunned both of them. They both turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. In the sky, a golden comet was dragging a long tail. After a moment of flickering, it suddenly fell in front of them. They didn't know what Hui was doing. He appeared in front of them in a fully armed posture, which made them a little stunned. Hui just popped his head out and looked at Maple. He was stunned for a moment. Your wings have become so strange. They look like a big moth, Yun Nuashing. This was not something he could control. It wasn't that he didn't have it. Hui quickly put on a good expression. He held the guardian's great sword in his left hand and the shield in his right. He even knocked it twice to make a trembling sound. It was as if he was ready to charge into the abyss of death fog. Are you free? I urgently need your help now. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. What help? Come, hit me. Just don't hit my face. Hit me as hard as you can. Yun Nuashing and Blue Phoenix were stunned when they heard this strange request. They looked at each other for a while. Blue Phoenix then looked at Hui, who was wrapped up like a turtle. She couldn't help but ask, "You also need to use a strange method to familiarize yourself with the origin energy. So you want to be beaten up?" "Yes." Huey's mouth trembled. He couldn't help but sigh. He looked up at the sky, as if he had seen through life and death. "If it wasn't for this reason, I wouldn't suddenly ask you to beat me up. Ahem, of course, rule, order, energy form. I can't take it if you use that power form. You just need to beat me up seriously. I won't fight back. I'll just stand here and let you beat me up." "Wait a moment." Blue Phoenix blinked. The blue clouds on her body condensed in the palm of her hand. They were so condensed that they flickered with light. It looked like a dazzling nebula. She looked at it for a while, then pressed the nebula between Little Star's eyebrows. She nodded and said, "Okay, this'll do." Hui looked at the blue clouds surging into Maple's soul, causing his aura to increase by a level. He was stunned. What is this thing? Oh, the characteristics of Blue Phoenix's origin energy. It's related to blessing. As far as I know, there are many characteristics. However, Blue Phoenix can only increase her combat power. So just now, the two of us plan to use blessing to practice and see if there's anything wrong with it. Yun Nuashing clenched his fists as origin energy surged throughout his body. The multicolored light of energy almost drowned out the layer of blue clouds. And then you just happened to arrive. Just right. If I were to spar with Blue Phoenix, I would have to tremble and be beaten up. If I were to beat you up, I wouldn't have to be so careful. You can take a beating, so I can beat you to death. Blue Phoenix nodded at the side. Hui. You're going to fight as husband and wife. Although I want you to beat me to death, you won't really. Oh, can I just not switch to my power form? Yun Nuashing shrugged. She took 2 steps forward, then paused. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Wait, Blue Phoenix. Give Hui a few layers of blessing. I'll switch to my power form. Hui thought that Maple was worried about him when he heard the first half of the sentence. However, when he heard the second half, he trembled and his face turned pale. That, Maple, don't be like this. Really, don't be like this. A few layers of blessing won't be able to stop you from switching to your power form. It really can't, this can't work. It's not law, order, energy form. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. It's the source form. I just happen to want to practice the source form. Now that I'm about to make a move, why not? Wait a minute. Huey's face turned pale when he heard that. The Primordial's power form was too strong. That day he was hit by the Primordial's pull of 10,000 mammoths in a hurry. Just as he was about to reprimand the Primordial, Maple took a deep breath and began to hold it in. It looked like his whole body was trying to squeeze something out of his body. He wanted to say, "Are you constipated?" But when he thought about the consequences of saying that, he thought that the 3, 4, 5, 6 power forms would stack together and charge at him with a sea of energy. His strong desire to live made him swallow the words back. After holding it in for a while, another kind of power began to surge out of Maple's body. The faint, pure white light mixed with the colorful light of the source form did not look conspicuous at all. The most conspicuous change was his eyes. One of the colorful eyes had turned pure white, very similar to his observer form. However, this time he was releasing the source form, aura, which was much more dangerous than the observer form. Blue Phoenix worked hard for a while to give Lord Hui a blessing. She circled around him, checked for a moment, and nodded. "Okay, then you guys can do it." After saying that, she quickly retreated to the side and tilted her head to look at the two. "Do you want me to count down?" "Wait a minute. Let's seal this place first, so that the fight will not be too loud and affect the others." Yun Nuashing turned around and waved her right hand slowly in front of her. The concept form in front of them lit up at the end of their line of sight from the left side of their vision. It spread vertically towards the sky. As she waved her hand, it extended horizontally into a straight curtain of light, protecting the concept form behind it. Go to the observer form. When you release energy at will, if the excess energy falls into the sea of energy, it can absorb some of it and recover some of it. The sea of energy was left with 1/5 of its energy after being spat at by the fortress of origin. It did not recover much even after dozens of days. Visually, it still occupied a large part of the observer's space. The surface area of the observer's finger was partially covered. It originally had great thickness, but now only a thin layer could be seen from the side. The sound of rolling waves had also disappeared. Maple could not help but sigh as he looked at it, his face full of sadness and gloom. Although he wanted to do something, he could not do anything. His energy capacity was much smaller than the sea of energy, and he could not even make a splash if he was thrown in. When Hui came out of the concept form, he had been maintaining his peak state. At this moment, he was still desperately releasing his energy to stack up his defense. He did not want to be pushed into the void at the beginning of the game. He had entered the guardian form and was covered by the origin energy. His origin energy was completely the same as his guardian form. They were both blinding and pure golden. If there was a difference, his origin energy was more dazzling than his own energy. It looked like a golden sun. Even the blue blessing that Qing Huang had given him was almost diluted by the golden light. Only a thin layer of it was left. Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. "With your brightness now, if you hang up in the void, you will be another sun." Hui said, No, no. You are still brighter. When the initial light blooms, everything in the range will be blinded." "Ahem. Anyway, I'm ready. Little Phoenix, give me a signal." Feng Qinghuang, who was standing at the side, thought for a moment and threw a red and pink flame between the two of them. The small flame swayed in the wind and was extinguished little by little. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The pure white energy mixed with the origin energy gathered in her palm and condensed into a storm. Hui was dumbfounded. "Hey, the countdown is not over yet. You are already preparing in advance. Don't you think it's a bit immoral? I am preparing in front of you. Can't you increase your defense in front of me?" Yun Nuashing grinned and showed a look of disdain. She did not care about the anxious expression on someone's face. She gently opened her mouth and murmured, "Origin." The red and pink flames swayed and disappeared quietly. At that moment, Yun Nuashing's figure also suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Hui. The white energy ball in her hand, which was only the size of a thumb, had now expanded to the size of a wash basin. With a violent movement of the origin, under Hui's sweaty gaze, she slammed the energy ball on his barrier. 10,000 creations origin falls to nothingness. The vast and mighty white energy ball instantly expanded to a size of 100 miles. The power of the origin mixed with the origin energy magnified the violent energy by tens of thousands of times. The moment the mighty shockwave exploded, Feng Qinghuang immediately felt that something was wrong. She realized that she was too close to the spectator and quickly retreated a distance. She carefully covered herself with an energy barrier, but she was still knocked a few hundred meters away by the shockwave. The explosion of energy spread to the entire observer space, drawing all the energy there. The energy of the void and nothingness were all pulled into this space, falling toward the energy ball that was a mixture of white and multicolored light. A huge, three-dimensional energy vortex could be seen forming. Qing Huang looked at the expanding battlefield and carefully retreated to the edge of the energy vortex. She was about to check the situation of the blessing that she had thrown over and see if it had consumed any energy. However, she was slightly stunned and puzzled. She tilted her head and said, "It still didn't consume any energy. Not at all. Strange. Where did the power of the blessing come from? Could it be related to the nothingness and the origin environment?" Not only did it not consume any energy, it seemed that she stared at her right hand with a strange look and grabbed the sense that was fed back by the origin energy. Gently, she activated her origin energy. Blue clouds gathered in the palm of her hand and rolled. Only a moment later, from the center of the clouds, there suddenly appeared a little white light mixed with another ball of golden light. She was dumbfounded. This was the power of Little Star and Lord Hui, but it was not their aura. These two powers were tainted with the aura of her origin energy. Oh? Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? While Blue Phoenix was still confused about what was going on, a voice suddenly rang out from the space beside her. She froze for a moment and turned her gaze. From the falling light pillar, Sui Feng, Brother Lei, and Xiaoshe walked out. The four of them looked haggard and had dark circles under their eyes. At first glance, one could tell that they had cultivated too much and were in high spirits. She guessed that the four of them were only one step away from ascending to heaven. They are practicing. Lord Hui is practicing with Little Star. Qing Huang explained the situation to the four. After they finished, Mei Mao scanned their faces and could not help but ask, "Are you all right?" Couldn't be better. Sui Feng looked haggard and gave her a thumbs up. When he opened his mouth, he almost spat out his soul. "I almost died in the Fortress of Origin. My soul is going to explode and crack." Feng Qinghuang looked at the four of them. When she turned back, she saw the energy in her palm. She quickly said, "All right, look at this." "Ah, I noticed it just now." Sui Feng bent forward and stared at the cyan blue cloud, as well as the two sources of power that were growing slowly. "This is the power of Her Eminence, right? That," he said, "the goddess who wields blessing. Although her name does not sound like that, it is indeed her." Little Hour calmly finished Sui Feng's sentence. Feng Qinghuang was a little confused. "Her name is unknown." It seems that Her Eminence doesn't like her name and would change it every once in a while. Since she hasn't decided on a name, the other gods would just call her by her name instead. Still, we all tacitly call her blessed, since we can't call her by her real name, even if she doesn't like it. Feng Qinghuang was speechless. She felt that the heavenly god of origin and the others were very happy. The goddess's power is indeed blessing. However, it is not what it looks like on the surface. Little Hour walked over and took the blue clouds from Feng Qinghuang's hand. She pulled out part of the clouds and placed it on her body. Then she began to release her own power. A moment later, a strand of purple gold energy appeared in the blue clouds. It still carried Qing Huang's presence, but this time it came from her. Although this is the origin power of blessing, it is not a pure blessing. Casting blessing on everyone and using thousands of energy as feedback is both a blessing and an attack. Sui Feng translated for Feng Qinghuang. To put it simply, if you give a blessing to 1,000 people when they fight under the effect of the blessing, a small portion of the power will be returned to you as your own power. You can use it to attack or defend yourself. It is a mixed power. The main point seems to be the mixed power. After all, the amount of power returned to you isn't much. Unless you cast the blessing on a lot of people at once, it won't be that obvious. I don't know the specifics. No, I made a mistake. Saying a lot of people isn't very accurate. I was referring to the situation of the heir of Her Eminence. I remember that Her Eminence only needs a few people to unleash the same amount of power. Perhaps it has something to do with the mastery of the origin energy. As for the upper and lower limits, I'm not too sure either. You can figure it out yourself. Feng Qinghuang covered her eyes. I feel a little dizzy. By the way, if it is blessing, where does the power of blessing come from? I can't find any traces. Of course it is. Sui Feng pointed upwards. Using the concept layer of laws as a transfer point, you can extract this power from the void. You are not very familiar with it yet, so you can't find any traces. However, you will be able to see it in the future. You need to be more familiar with this power. Feng Qinghuang sorted out the information she received from them. She then stroked her long hair. It is a bit like the heart of the realm. Well, something like that. It is very useful. After all, it is a professional support. It can increase the combat power of all the Order warriors in the Void frontline. Sui Feng revealed a haggard smile. It looked very frightening. Hearing this, Feng Qinghuang sighed. Although it seemed like there was an additional way to attack, it could not escape the title of support. However, it was already beyond her expectations that there would be additional ways to attack. It was probably because pure support did not exist in the eyes of the Origin, Heavenly God, and the others. Even if it was a support, they would be able to find a few special and powerful ways to attack. Even with her shallow knowledge, she could barely imagine what kind of power she could release if she gathered the power of the entire Void frontline. Even if it was just a small amount of power, it could be gathered into a powerful attack. I remember that there are multiple types of blessing. Little Xiao looked at her and asked softly, "You haven't mastered it yet?" "I won't be able to master it so quickly." Feng Qinghuang nodded. She then turned her gaze to the battlefield where Little Star was fighting. She looked at the place where thousands of magic circles were bombarding. "I still need some time to master it. I still need time." Another violent commotion from the battlefield interrupted their conversation. They turned their attention to the explosion of energy that was about to affect them. After thinking for a while, they retreated a little further. "Destroy my primordial, myriad manifestations." Suddenly, there was a violent commotion from the place where the explosion of energy occurred. Huey's cursing voice could be heard from the explosion of energy. "Can you change to another move? Can you change to another move? Then I will draw my sword. Then I will change to another form of power. Hui. Forget it. Just keep fighting like this. Then I will change to another move. The primordial order disintegration that destroys me 100,000 times. You bastard, go easy on me. Ow, 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 ow." The violent energy that swept across the entire observer space drowned Hui Jun's cursing and screaming. Their vision suddenly turned gray. They couldn't help but cover their eyes to prevent their vision from being taken away by the light of order disintegration, or to become colorblind. Although they didn't have a problem not using their eyes, they were used to using their eyes. They didn't want to open their eyes one day and find that their vision was completely black or only gray. "In the name of Mother *King Chaos, destroy my primordial chaos myriad manifestations." An observer suddenly shouted from the place where the fierce battle was taking place. Accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of energy, the entire observer space was ignited. The 5 people who were watching the battle outside looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1960. By the time he and Hui had finished their vigorous battle and stopped to rest, The observer space had become tattered everywhere. It was full of tear marks left behind by the impact of their energy collision. A large number of cracks were either leading to the void or the land of nothingness. Now, they were slowly recovering. The sea of energy had also absorbed the countless energy aftershocks during their battle, as he had expected. Now it was working very hard to roll up waves. Although the overall energy aftershock did not add up to much, it was just a number anyway. He did not expect this little bit of energy to do anything. The waves that were rolled up were more like explosions caused by the collision of energy. After resting for a while, they returned to the concept dimension. Almost a day had passed. Blue Phoenix, Sway Foam, and the others were waiting inside. He knew that someone had come to watch the show when they were halfway through their battle. Sway Foam and the others turned around when they heard the commotion. They saw Foam looking refreshed, as if he had vented all the pressure he had accumulated for a long time. Their expressions became strange. Then they looked at Huijun. He looked terrible. It was as if he had been pressed into nothingness and bombarded for an entire day. It was as if he had just rolled out of a coal mine. Huijun saw their gazes on him and raised his hand to greet them. Burp. This smoke ring is still colorful. Looking at his disheveled appearance, he must have been beaten up a little by the universal guide of all things, the source of all things, and the source of all things, chaos. I really want to ask him how it feels to be pressed in the middle of the universal guide of all things, but considering that it is not a healthy topic, I give up on it. It's not exciting, not very exciting. Yun Nuashing stretched and walked towards Blue Phoenix and the others with her hands behind her head. As she walked, she talked about what happened just now. She smacked her lips and said, "Sure enough, I can't go all out in a battle. It's not exciting enough. I can't use my life to increase my combat power in a battle. It feels like something is missing." Hui, who was walking to the side, had just cleaned himself up. When he heard what Yun Nuashing said, his face twitched. He quickly jumped to the side as if he had seen a ghost. "I'm not coming. I won't be able to handle it alone. If you want to risk your life to increase your combat strength and fight with all your strength, I'll call everyone here to be your training partner. Is the entire void frontline enough for you to fight?" Maple had beaten him until his head was crooked. Yet he was still smacking his lips to express that he wasn't strong enough. That was why Shields were so sad. After being beaten by Maple for a whole day, he didn't know how many times he had broken through Maple's defense. Later, Maple asked him to counterattack. After all, it wasn't fun to just hit a wooden dummy. But, well, the Maple in his original form wasn't something that the Maple in his chaos form could compare to when he went all out. The Maple in his chaos form was still in a state where his brain wasn't working too well. The Maple in his chaos form who could freely use his power was the one who couldn't be provoked. More importantly, this power form was also very powerful. Forget it. Yun Nuashing shrugged, sighed and shook her head. The price is too high. It's not worth being a sparring partner. Hui. You actually seriously considered this question. Of course, I'm not just a sparring partner for me, but also for all of you. Yin Nuashing glanced at him, waved her hand, and said seriously, "You can treat me as a weakened chaos concept body. I'll use my original form and chaos power to spar with all of you, so that those who haven't experienced the terror of the chaos concept body can get used to it in advance. It's also good to accumulate experience, but it's just wishful thinking. It's not something that can be done." Sway Foam and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads. "Speaking of which, Brother Maple, if you really want to go all out and let everyone spar with you, we actually have a way." Yun Nuashing glanced at him. She couldn't see anything from his face, but she could guess something if she used her brain. "It's related to the Ford of Origins?" "Yes. The Ford of Origins has a function that we already knew about. We've just figured it out and restored it so it can be used now." Brother Thunder nodded. "It took a lot of effort just to reactivate it, and we came looking for you right after it was done. I didn't expect you to be having so much fun. The heavenly god of origin had once again come up with an unknown function, since it had been placed in the fortress of origin, and the heavenly god of origin was talking about such matters. Well, there were a few similar guesses. It wasn't that rare to see such a setup in the god realm. Regardless of whether it was this era or the other eras he had experienced, such a thing had always existed. It's a little awkward to talk about this function. Brother Thunder waved his hand and turned towards the Fort of Origins, with the others following closely behind. According to Her Eminence, it was probably placed in the Fort of Origins a long time ago. As for the original intention, it's like training soldiers, placing everyone's soul and consciousness into another space to do battle. In the beginning, this thing was used quite frequently. Later on, it became a decoration and became completely useless. Hui nodded. That's because they fought directly in the later stages, charging here and there with real swords and spears. There's no need for something like that. Training soldiers doesn't exist. They just charge directly into the battlefield and fight. And if they die, they just have to get back up and charge again. Dying 70 or 80 times would be enough to earn experience and become veterans, as long as the path of reincarnation isn't crushed by the chaos concept body. Brother Lei smiled bitterly. That's right. That's why this thing was only used in the early stages. Personally, I think it's quite useful. Well, it's quite useful for training soldiers. But, well, it's quite awkward whether it's useful or not. It's still fine for training soldiers. But previously, someone tried to deduce the situation of the battle formation. Well, it's very, very awkward. Yes, very awkward. After all, we're facing a bunch of lunatics who don't have brains. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. The chaos concept body won't attack or defend according to predetermined movements, nor will they march according to the tactics written in the textbook. Tactics and whatnot might be useful against an equally intelligent enemy, but they're all brainless and only know how to charge and break through enemy lines. Ah, that's not right. The Chaos Soldiers have some brains and can form formations, but their numbers are endless and there's no way to finish them off. It's like a tide that keeps getting stronger and stronger, pressing against your face. In such a situation, so-called tactics are completely useless, and there's no time for tactics at all. All we can do is to fight with all we've got and not blindly think about those unrealistic things. That's right. Sui Feng sighed gloomily. Even if it only takes 1 second to set up a strategy and 1 second to execute it, those 2 seconds are enough for the chaos concept entity to tear a hole in the entire defensive line. Setting up a strategy during a battle is completely impossible. Even the so-called strategy that we came up with before the battle would not work at all in the middle of the battle. Instead, it would be a hindrance due to the rigidity of the various forms of strategy. It can't be done, it can't be done. The war between order and chaos, the way to deal with this war, well, there was only one way of saying that everyone had to adapt to the situation. The existence of the commanders of the nodes was merely to precisely arrange the combat echelons to attack, defend, advance, retreat, change positions, attack wherever they were directed, clear the area, and prepare to defend against attacks from others. Ah, the latter two only existed in their era, and probably did not exist in the mythological era. There were only such simple commands, and anything else was nonsense. With the chaos concept body controlling the entire battlefield and drowning the entire starry sky with the tide of darkness, there was no way to play any tricks. Rather, it was more likely to be treated as a trick, such as chaos corruption and collective betrayal. Interesting, so interesting that it made people grit their teeth. With endless enemies and a power that could subvert the entire void of order, talking about tactics in the face of such power was nonsense, even if one wielded the same level of power. After all, this was not a normal war where both sides had to play thousands of mental games. There was no such thing, really there was no such thing. Even if one had the time to think for 2 more seconds, the defensive line would have been cut open, and in a minute the other side would have the army on their faces. That's why the existence of that thing is a little awkward. Rather than training in tactics, it's better to improve combat ability. Old Brother Lei turned his head to look at little Brother Fong. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, "It's also more suitable for people like you, little Brother Fong. To grasp a new form of power, you need to test it to the limit. If you use it in the real world, it'll be a burden on you. You can do whatever you want in there." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. To put it simply, messing around in there would not have much impact, but messing around outside would only result in throwing oneself into the spiritual temple. After all, using his full power once would be fatal. The group followed Brother Lei and soon came to the place with the new function, which was one of the halls of the Fortress of Origin. Although it was called a hall, it was actually a vast square. There was no end in sight. The sky was a starry sky, the walls were not visible, the ceiling was not visible, and the floor looked very ordinary, with checkered, white jade tiles. Each checkered tile was 12 meters long and wide, and there were many things filled with origin energy hidden in the space. There was no need to think about it to know that they were the runes, markings, and the like. If he guessed correctly, these things existed to support the building in the center. At the very center of the square, there was a tall tower. It was pure white in color, and there were a lot of similar white energy lines and decorations that could only be made out by the faint outlines. The tall tower was a pillar. Its height could not be seen, and it only occupied an area of 2,000 to 3,000 feet. However, there was a spiral belt that spiraled upward around it, and its existence doubled the area of the tower. It was a very spacious spiral belt, and one could walk on it as if it was a wide road. I want to say something. We could not help but point at the spiraling belt. Does your venerable god like the spiraling shape of the pillar very much? The pillar below the Fortress of Origin is like that, and so is the pillar here. That's because... Brother Lei scratched his cheek and laughed dryly. It's hard for me to explain, but according to the goddess, they have hundreds of ways to explain the convenience and practicality of this shape, although we can't understand it every time. First, it's easy to build. Compared to those fancy buildings, this building itself only has 2 neat parts, a pillar and a spiral ring. The whole thing is simple, and because it's a creation of rules energy, there's no need to consider the structural support of the building. Yun Nuashing stroked her long hair, her expression solemn. Secondly, it's convenient to enclose the ground. Drawing a circle would use the circle as an area and fill the area with all sorts of order, rules, and energy. The circle itself could be a huge structural core and could fill the entire area until it's full. Using it as an extension point, the enclosed space could even be used as a structural core, filling it with all sorts of non-origin structural rules. If you look closely, you'll see that the exterior of the building itself is these 2 things, but there are more details that completely fill the entire space, and those details that are hidden in the shadows are what support the existence of this building. Although it's a little painful and aesthetically tiring to look at too many buildings with similar shapes, it's convenient anyway. Moreover, aesthetically tiring is at most boring, and you won't feel that it's too annoying to look at and want to blow it up. To sum up, pillars and circles are the king of creation. What? You're asking if I have anything else? Of course I do. Do you want me to make a ball for you to see? What size ball do you want? Is it an explosive or a core or a building? Everyone was speechless. He and the gods of origins would definitely have a lot of common topics to talk about, and it was not unreasonable for him to be chosen as the executor. If they were to wrap him up and throw him out, those who didn't know would think that the gods of origins had descended upon them. At first glance, it sounded very reasonable. Thinking about it carefully, it was also very reasonable. The reason made them all smile bitterly for a while. They decided not to delve into the reason or not, because if they really did, they might go crazy. There was no one in the hall, but there was a lingering presence, indicating that the people who were here had not left for long, and the other inheritors had probably rushed to other halls after dealing with the matters in this hall. At present, he only saw 2 halls. One was between the core, and the other was the hall of the tower. The size of the two halls could not be accurately estimated, and he did not know how many such halls there were in the entire fortress of Origins. However, he could feel the hurried atmosphere from the energy that flowed through it. The fortress of Origins, which had recovered a lot of energy, was rapidly mobilizing this portion of energy, operating rapidly to deal with various matters. Brother Lei led his people to the bottom of the tower and placed his hand on the white pillar. The surging origin energy made the runes and markings on the pillar light up, changing from pure white to a multicolored color. The runes and markings that only had outlines became clear, and they were indescribably beautiful. The entire tower was also dyed with faint golden light, which extended all the way to the top of the tower, lighting up the gray spiral that had a metallic texture. A huge amount of energy began to flow from the fortress of Origins into the hall. This energy movement lasted for quite a while and only stopped when the tower was fully charged. At this time, the tower had become a faint golden color, with a lot of incomprehensible but shocking images engraved on it. Yes, it's done. This thing can be used now. Brother Lei patted the wall and turned to Brother Feng and the others. It has been connected to the existing Origin Shrine. As long as it is treated like the spiritual temple and a part of the soul's origin is left, this function can be used in the Origin Shrine. That's quite convenient. Hui went up and poked the tower's wall and immediately understood how to deal with it. After leaving a part of his soul's origin, he turned to Feng and grinned. Feng, do you want to go in and practice? Yun Nuashing looked at him. If you want to fight for a while, it's not impossible to go in and accompany you. But didn't you just say that you have some clues and need to figure it out by yourself? TCH, that's because you feel like you haven't fought enough. Hui grinned in response. You want to gather everyone to fight with you? With this thing, it seems like you can do whatever you want without worrying about anything happening. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Let's not mess around for now. Everyone still has things to do, and I also have a lot of things to deal with. If you want to practice, you can do it any time. He then turned to look at Brother Lei. This tower should have other functions, right? It shouldn't be that simple. Oh, you can see that. Brother Lei nodded slightly, and a moment later, a strange expression appeared on his face. If the Venerables are still here, we can practice with the Venerables now. Yes, we can practice in here. And it can be a Venerables who will go easy on you, a Venerables who won't go easy on you, or a Venerables who will beat you up as a chaos concept body. The difficulty is up to you. Yun Nuashing. Oh, it's the brand of the rule. Engrave a person's brand of the rule into the tower, and you can summon the phantom of the corresponding person to practice. At this point, everyone suddenly looked at him. Yun Nuashing pointed at himself and was a little stunned. Why do I feel like my attendance rate will be very high? That was right. Just now, someone had said that it would be fine to beat him up as a chaos concept body that had been weakened by God knows how many levels. Now, with this thing, they could really beat him to death. Moreover, it was a certain observer with many forms. Everyone would probably be able to experience the true power of the origin of chaos. Of course, there would definitely be people who would be traumatized by it, because it's something that the Venerables personally created. Weapons and things like energy towers can also be manifested in it. In short, it's an all-round battle arena. Because it's a battle of the soul and consciousness, the body won't be hurt because of hanging inside. Brother Lei coughed dryly. Hui touched his chin. I think Qing Jun will like this thing very much. Everyone. Ah, that battle maniac who recklessly traveled through the void. With such a good thing, he would probably be immersed in it and forget about home. From then on, he wouldn't be seen for 18 billion years. Anyway, there's another good thing. Hui clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone doesn't have to worry about having no target to practice on after learning a new power. These years, the abyssal death mist spawns are becoming more and more incompetent. When everyone's strength increases a few more levels, These cannon fodders can't even be considered as practice. Fortunately, we have this thing. For the first time, I hope that the underworld won't be lazy. Look at now, we have to arrange for our own people to practice with each other. Everyone smiled bitterly and sighed in their hearts. A lot of thoughts came to their minds. O underworld, I wonder how the evil water in their gourd has been refined. The function of the newly built fortress of origin had been connected with the shrine of origin. In just half a day, it had become a new activity that swept the entire void front line. Everyone who was not assigned a task all went into the shrine of origin to practice. Looking at their excitement, it seemed that everyone had been suffering from the underworld's laziness and could not practice for a long time. As for him, he had never personally experienced whether this thing was useful or not. Instead, he had heard a lot of feedback from the others. Overall, it was very good. Everyone had also specifically discussed the 20 ways to defeat the Chaos Lord Maple. Now, they were waiting for the warriors to give it a try. It was said that there were even people who tried to challenge him in his pseudo-advanced primitive form. He was well aware of the outcome. However, he did not go and see the specific situation. Overall, he felt that it was quite interesting. Just as he had expected, many people treated him as a target for practice. In the beginning, it was a one-on-one duel, but later on it was a group fight, referring to his doppelgangers beating up a large group of people. Although this outcome was within his expectations, he still did not know whether to laugh or cry at the mention of it. His original intention was to have everyone face him who used the power of chaos as a form of practice before facing the concept body of chaos. Overall, everyone is having fun, we said with a shrug. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes as she stroked the cores of the level 3 energy towers. I could hear serious discussions about how to kill me whenever I open the soul communication now. It gives me the illusion that I've carelessly collapsed the void frontline and become a public enemy. In fact, didn't you almost succeed once? Ahem. Hui quickly coughed, dryly after being glared at. Looking at the new energy tower core before him, he changed the topic. How's it going? The foundation of the realm of order itself has been dealt with. The energy tower that strengthens the domain is also done, which is why the realm of order has been adjusted under the influence of the origin rules. Yun Nuashing poked the 2 energy cores before her. As for the energy towers, there's a large-scale adjustment. Huey's eyes widened. Another large-scale adjustment. Some time ago, Little Greenie told me that they could do it. They're very arrogant and told me not to worry about them and just focus on pushing the attack to the limit. Yun Nuashing raised the rhythm of light, looked at it for a while, and then pushed it into the core of the structure and began to release its energy. Aren't I trying very hard to respond to their request? Hey, it's rare for someone to tell me that I can unleash my full attack without restraint. How can I not work hard? Hui was speechless. Little Qingzi, oh little Qingzi, he finally understood why little Qingzi was regarded as the second public enemy and was condemned in speech and in writing by everyone. It turned out that he had pulled the plug on Maple's restriction. Good boy, good boy. Such an interesting thing had happened during the period when they had awakened as inheritors. He had to go and make fun of little Qingzi later. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the inheritor, who was not doing his job. Have you been idle these few days? Yeah. About the origin energy, all you have to do is go into the tower and take out your pseudo-high order primitive form phantom. Let it beat me up for a few 100 minutes, and that's it. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. Thanks to you, everything is going well. The structure, the proficiency of the origin energy, and the transformation of the origin energy are all progressing very quickly. Sui Feng and the others said that our batch of inheritors is progressing very smoothly. After all, in terms of conditions, although we have excellent conditions now, it's definitely not as good as when they were on the continent of origin and had the guidance of the primordial god. But I just don't know why our progress is smoother. Yun Nuashing cut open the core of the structure and began to guide the power of the laws at this time to replace the power of the laws that existed inside. Without thinking, she replied, "Then it can only be the problem of the source law. It should be its influence. The macroscopic laws of the mythological era are not as strong as the source law of this time, whether in terms of strength or specificity. They're inferior. Well, after all, the source law is equivalent to a weakened version of the macroscopic laws of the chaos era. It's complete. No matter how strong the laws of the previous era were, they were still in the state of the Yuan realm after it was divided into 8. Hui thought for a while and nodded. That seems to be a very accurate explanation. Yun Nuashing nodded, slightly. Just as she turned her gaze back, she turned to Hui and asked, "By the way, how long will it take before we reach the advanced?" "You have to ask the Forbidden Seal." Hui grimaced and spread his hands helplessly. "This time the Forbidden Seal will end in a short period of time. After it ends, if there are no accidents, we will reach the peak of the mid-order primitive form. Then we will be stuck for a period of time. Well, by the end of this era, we will definitely reach the advanced. This is the result that we have come to together, can't be wrong." "The 57th era, huh?" Yun Nuashing sighed softly. "There's still some time. I hope everything can be done in time. But I have a lot of things that I haven't done myself, so I can't rush you." Hui looked at Yun Nuashing's slightly helpless expression and suppressed madness in the depths of helplessness. He thought for a while and did not continue on this topic. "By the way, your ice sculpture sister seems to be looking for you. She's in the conceptual space. She asked me to bring you over." Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Her expression was quickly thrown aside. "Shuang Shuang, what's the matter?" "I don't know." Hui shook his head and looked at the structural core of the energy tower. "How long will it take you to finish this thing? If you still need some time, why don't you come with me first?" Yun Nuashing thought for a while and left an origin god sigil in the core with the rhythm of light. She sewed the structural core of the energy tower back and threw it into the sea of energy. "Okay, let's go and take a look first."